Chapter 952. On the ground. Although Han Fei won by a fluke, he was covered with bruises. However, Yu Shire in the pit was even more miserable. Even with the help of the immortal golden serpent, he was only slowly recovering. Han Fei cast a divine healing technique on Yu Shire and grinned. In this world, who else but me can do it? If I say I want it, no one can stop me. Yu Shire couldn't speak at this moment. His mouth was full of blood foam and pieces of internal organs. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been half crippled, if not dead. This guy was actually recovering. Even Han Fei was shocked by his tenacious vitality. Jiang Chao, Yang Xie, and a group of strong masters all rushed over. Looking at Yu Shire in the pit, they sighed slightly in their hearts. If they could only get the sea-quelling painting with this level of strength, they really didn't have a chance. The two people in front of them were two lunatics. In the battle, they gave up their combat skills and fought head-on. It was a competition of whose fist was harder and whose endurance was stronger. Obviously, Yu Shire was defeated. However, in the eyes of everyone, Han Fei didn't seem to be any better. Han Fei's legs were trembling. He sat down on the edge of the pit, took out 7 or 8 spiritual fruits, and stuffed them into his mouth. Seeing this scene, many people were speechless. They didn't know Han Fei's specialty. Even if you eat so many spiritual fruits, can you absorb them? Jiang Chao said, "Let's go. The winner has been decided. This sea-quelling painting. The Thug Academy will get it." Someone frowned and said, "Han Fei, can you recover?" Han Fei grinned. "I can still fight one more time." Immediately, that person was speechless. I asked for nothing. As for those houses, fields, and so on, they were gone. As long as he could go out, it didn't matter. After an hour, Han Fei had recovered, which made Jiang Chao and Yang Xie a little speechless. After such a battle, he only rested for an hour? Even Ren Tianfei was a little speechless. My indestructible body doesn't seem to be so strong. Immediately, Ren Tianfei concluded that Han Fei had an opportunity that he didn't know. Anyway, he clearly knew that Han Fei's indestructible body hadn't broken through to the 3rd level. As for the 2nd level, even if he was at the peak, it would be impossible for him to recover so easily under such intense battles. Ren Tianfei couldn't help but feel that his disciple was not bad at all. And Yu Shire, who was continuously cast the divine healing technique by Han Fei, finally recovered after 3 hours. Yu Shire dragged his tired body to the lake and sat on the ground. "Han Fei, you are really strong. I can't stop you." Han Fei sneered. "If you hadn't risked your life, you wouldn't have been able to resist it." Yu Shire smiled innocently and then said, "Of all of us, only one can compete with you." Jiang Chao and Yang Xie were both stunned to hear that. What the heck? In this case, could anyone compete with Han Fei? Han Fei snorted. "Chao Tian? If he comes, he loses." Not long after Yu Shire recovered, it was dark. During this time, no one else could enter. That was what confused Han Fei. A fool like Chao Tian would only be stronger than Yu Shire. There was no reason that he couldn't get in. Then, there was only one reason. He was helping Chao Qiu. Han Fei had never understood why so many heavenly talents of the Chao family pinned all their hopes on Chao Qiu. Could it be that Chao Qiu was more powerful than Chao Tian? Thinking of Chao Qiu's face, Han Fei immediately shook his head. Could that little fatty fight as hard as Yu Shire? No way. He had no chance at all. The stars appeared again. Yu Shire was very curious about what Han Fei would do. Han Fei appeared on the surface of the lake, twisted his body, and finally found a place and stood still. Han Fei waved his hand and disappeared. Yu Shire's eyes widened. After a long time, Yu Shire said, "I can't learn this." Ren Tianfei sneered. "Nonsense. Of course you can't learn it. You're just stubborn." Yu Shire knew Ren Tianfei. That blackmailer. He just didn't know that this person had arrived earlier than him. However, Yu Shire thought, since Han Fei disappeared, This person must have lost. Otherwise, it should be him who disappeared at this moment. Yu Shire chuckled. I can't be envious of their talent. I can only try my best. In the midst of 9 sounds, this time Han Fei met Mo Fian. This woman seemed to be immersed in a kind of joy. What was she so happy about? Suddenly, she found that her position had changed and she appeared directly above the river. Mo Fian looked at Han Fei, who suddenly appeared, and her face suddenly darkened. In terms of normal strength, she was no match for this person. Besides, Mo Fian had long discovered that the 9 sounds would not directly give out illusions, and everything seemed to be real. Then, the Han Fei in front of her should also be real. But why was Han Fei here? Mo Fian asked, How did you get here? What do you want? Han Fei grinned. What do I want? I'm here to take your luck. Mo Fian narrowed her eyes. Others might not know, but as a member of a big family in the 1,000-star city, she naturally knew some secrets. She had also been told about the luck of the sea quelling painting. At this moment, Han Fei said he was here to take her luck. Why did she meet Han Fei in the midst of 9 sounds? Immediately, Mo Fian's face changed drastically. Could it be that Han Fei had walked through the mist of 9 sounds and obtained a kind of control? Since he had walked through, if he could master the sea quelling painting, then he definitely wouldn't need to attack her. The 5 legendary creatures would directly recognize him as their master. At that time, if he wanted to kill them, would he still need to do it himself? And now Han Fei suddenly appeared and said he wanted to take her luck. Mo Fian instantly realized that the theory of luck was true. Only by gathering everyone's luck could Han Fei truly control the sea quelling painting. Mo Fian immediately sneered. I won't let you get what you want. Han Fei chuckled. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Anyway, I've always been ready to kill you. Swish! A terrifying golden fist exploded the river. After a while, Han Fei appeared on the lake. If nothing unexpected happened, he had already obtained another piece of luck. It turned out that Mo Fian was also very strong. With a divine weapon in her hand, although her combat power was not as good as Sun Mu's, she was not far behind. In the end, Han Fei still used Snowmorn. If nothing went wrong, the fact that Snowmorn was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure couldn't be hidden anymore. However, it didn't matter. It wouldn't be too outrageous to have Snowmorn. After all, after this battle, the sea-quelling painting would be his. It was also a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Maybe it was even the human sacred treasure that Chen Huangdian mentioned. Yang Xie asked, Little junior brother, how did it go? Han Fei stuffed a few energy fruits into his mouth and rested for a while. It's not a big problem. I'll continue in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Han Fei disappeared. Half an hour later, Han Fei came back. Li Hai and Li Baizhou were defeated by Han Fei relatively easily. The sea-quelling painting could only be held by one person, so the 2 brothers were separated and defeated by Han Fei separately. This pair of brothers had a strong tacit understanding when they were together. It was as if they had a kind of telepathic cooperation. However, once they were separated, their combat power was much weaker than Mo Fian's. Therefore, defeating them was by far the easiest battle for Han Fei. Half an hour later, Han Fei was dripping with blood. Half of a mountain had collapsed, and there were fist marks everywhere. Lying in the pit, Chen Aochen grunted, You didn't try your best. Han Fei smiled and said, Actually, you are already very strong. Your strength should be on par with Chao Jiren's. Chao Jiren? How is that possible? Chen Aochen looked astonished. He was belligerent and didn't think he was inferior to Han Fei, Chao Tian, and Tang Ge. But he didn't expect that Han Fei's evaluation was similar to Chao Jiren's. Chao Jiren was strong, but not to this extent, right? Han Fei thought, what do you know? Do you know that Chao Jiren is actually a soul warrior? Han Fei didn't intend to explain. It would be best if Chen Aochen challenged Chao Jiren. Let them fight. Han Fei punched again, and Chun Ouchin disappeared, sent away by the mist of 9 sounds. At midnight, Han Fei had defeated Mo Fian, the Li brothers, Chun Ouchin, Yui, Gong Yuehan, and others in a row. However, he didn't meet Sun Mu, who he wanted to beat up the most. Neither did his 2 senior brothers, nor did Chao Tian. At this moment, Han Fei fished again. As a result, a star was taken away by him. Han Fei didn't know what happened. He was at a loss. Ren Tianfei said, "Did you forget that when climbing the steps more than 10 people failed? The luck of those failures gathered together, so you were lucky enough to take them all." Han Fei frowned. "No, I've already fished out all the stars in the 8 diagrams. Why haven't some people come out yet? Look at it yourself. Only those who enter the mist of 9 sounds will appear. Those who don't enter naturally don't appear." Han Fei walked around the 8 diagrams several times. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he paid attention to several other places. But immediately, Han Fei thought of something. Since there was no one in the mist of 9 sounds, what about other places? Could someone be in the 5 legendary masters' places? However, Han Fei didn't seem to see any arrays in those places. A forest, a sea of fire, a sea area. It seemed that only the Jade Pen Peak and Earth 9 had special geographical features. After a while, Han Fei found the Jade Pen Peak according to the star map. However, the reflection of the stars here seemed to be normal. When Han Fei found Earth 9, his eyes lit up. There were 6 dots. Yes, this meant that there were 6 people. Moreover, there were 5 people gathered together, and only 1 person was alone. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Are they enemies or acquaintances? However, he thought that he would only be able to catch 1 person at a time, so he wouldn't be able to catch all of them. So, Han Fei didn't hesitate and grabbed the one who was alone. Swish! The scene in front of Han Fei changed, and he was stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't the scene be changed at will? At this moment, he found that he was standing in the territory of Earth 9. Big Yellow was playing with a group of wild cats, and Granny Yin was sitting on a fallen dead tree. Han Fei's sudden appearance stunned both of them. Big Yellow shouted, "Han Fei, I found my own kind." Chapter 953. Seeing this harmonious scene, Han Fei was also dumbfounded. Didn't Granny Yin come to find the painting? Why did she bring the big cat here to play? Granny Yin said, "How did you appear out of thin air?" Earth 9 also looked at Han Fei curiously. "I didn't sense how you appeared. You must have come from the 9 sounds mist, right?" Han Fei shook his head. "I came from the island." Granny Yin was slightly taken aback. "Did you go to the floating island?" Han Fei nodded. "Senior, I'm here for luck." Granny Yin took a deep look at Han Fei. "It seems that you have found a way to obtain the sea-quelling painting. How can I give you the luck?" Han Fei was slightly taken aback. Wasn't she going to fight? Han Fei said, "Either win or lose or fight to the death." Granny Yin sighed. "No wonder." Clang, about a few hundred miles away, there was a shockwave that spread over. With a flick of Earth 9's tail, an invisible barrier appeared, blocking the impact force. Han Fei looked into the distance and asked in surprise, "Senior, what's going on over there?" Earth 9 said, "A few people ran into each other here and were fighting." Han Fei froze for a moment and was about to propose a fight with Granny Yin to see what was going on next door when he heard Granny Yin say, "Okay, I admit defeat. Is that okay?" Han Fei was stunned. "You admit defeat?" The old lady smiled and said, "In fact, I don't have this sea token. I can't walk through the 9 sounds mist. What's the use of this luck? I just killed a person in the underground city and got this sea token from him. I was curious, so I came in to have a look." Han Fei. Big Yellow raised its head and meowed. "Han Fei, do you want to fight me?" Han Fei scratched his head. "Granny Yin, can we be a little more serious? You can just pretend. I challenge you. If you admit defeat, I'll leave." The old lady nodded slightly. It's up to you. Han Fei immediately looked straight at the old lady. I formally challenge you. Granny Een looked at Han Fei seriously. I admit defeat. Han Fei blinked. Should I go back now? With a buzz, Han Fei disappeared. On the floating island, Jiang Chao asked in surprise, So fast this time? Han Fei said with a smile, I didn't fight this time. I admitted defeat. Wait, let me scoop up some more. In the valley, the green door rang like a bell and exploded. The mountain collapsing fist in tent was smashed into pieces by the huge green door. Wang Dashuai and Chao Tian were fighting, and half of the mountain next to them had collapsed. At this moment, Wang Dashuai was covered in blood. His arms were dripping with blood and his muscles were torn. On the other side, the sword was soared into the sky, and the void was full of sword shadows. With a superior grade divine weapon, who else could it be but Sun Mu? There were hundreds of places in the sword energy that shook the void. A knife light flashed in the void, but no figure appeared. Chu Linyuan's voice sounded, if not for that divine weapon, I would have chopped you up like cutting vegetables. At the foot of the mountain, Chao Chiu shouted, Brother, it's fine if we don't fight over it. Chao Tian laughed. This matter involves King Cheng. He must fight for it. Voila! Suddenly, the 5 people's vision blurred. Then, the scene reversed, and they appeared in midair. The 5 of them were still dumbfounded. And then they saw Han Fei standing in the air with a dumbfounded look, his eyes wide open. Han Fei was speechless. Did they really get all of it? However, among these 5 people, Wang Dashuai and Chu Linyuan were both here, which showed that they hadn't been defeated before. It stood to reason that as long as they defeated one person, they would take that person's luck. This was also the reason why Han Fei didn't meet Wu Ming and the others. Perhaps when they were at the Jade Pen Peak, their luck had already been taken away by him. But the 5 legendary creatures didn't know this. They just wanted more people to pass, so they could recognize 1, 5, 7, or 8 people. But in fact, once they lost their luck, they wouldn't have a chance to enter the floating island again. Although Han Fei hadn't seen what luck looked like until now. However, every time he won, he would be sucked back to the floating island. This meant that he had obtained his luck. The only thing that surprised Han Fei was Sun Mu. How did he end up with Chao Tian and the others? Wang Dashuai and Chu Linyuan immediately rushed over. Little junior brother. Han Fei hurriedly cast the divine healing technique on Wang Dashuai and couldn't help asking, Senior brothers, what's going on? Chu Linyuan explained, I've been traveling with you. This time, I just happened to meet them, and I've been fighting them off and on for a day. Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. You've been fighting them for a day? Wang Dashuai said, The Chao family is very strong. I can't hold on any longer. Chu Linyuan added, That guy who uses a sword is relying on his weapon. Otherwise, I would have one. Han Fei suddenly looked at Chao Chiu. Chao Chiu, I challenge you. If you admit defeat, I won't embarrass you, okay? Chao Chiu was about to speak, but Chao Tian looked serious. Don't speak. He wants to take your luck. Chao Tian looked at Han Fei indifferently. If you want to fight him fair and square. Why lie to him? Sun Mu shouted, Chao Tian, it's almost time to unseal him. Otherwise, we will definitely lose. Chao Tian's face darkened. He felt that he had overestimated the Thug Academy, but in the end he still underestimated them. He didn't know what level of divine weapon Wang Dashuai's big green door was. Chao Tian even suspected that it was a fragment of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. After the battle, he found that this person's ability to resist attacks was too strong, and he could also absorb energy from the void and cultivate a strange golden body. He only had 1 trump card left, but that trump card shouldn't be used on Wang Dashuai, but on Han Fei. This was also the reason why Sun Mu joined the battle. If they couldn't beat Wang Dashuai and Chu Linyuan, they wouldn't be able to get the sea-quelling painting because they didn't have enough luck, so they joined forces. Once they beat Han Fei, it would be easy to get rid of Sun Mu. However, at this moment, Han Fei arrived. And Han Fei came to seize luck. This meant that Han Fei had already arrived at the floating island and knew the use of luck. Chao Chio looked dumbfounded. What do you mean? Brother, is there a seal in your body? Chao Tian shook his head slightly. Not in my body, but in yours. Chao Chio was stunned. Huh, me. How can there be a seal in my body? Chao Tian sighed slightly. Otherwise, why would your sister and I fight for this opportunity for you? You don't like fighting since you were a child, and because of that incident, you completely hate the big families. By rights, you shouldn't bear this burden. However, you have the bloodline of the god of war. This is an ancient divine bloodline, which is rare for thousands of years. Do you know it now? Chao Chio was stunned. What the hell? I have the bloodline of the god of war? Are you kidding me? On the opposite side, Han Fei and the others were also dumbfounded. Han Fei looked at Chu Linyuan. Senior brother, what is the bloodline of the god of war? Chu Linyuan shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Sun Mu said with a smile, the ancestor of the Chao family is said to have reached the supreme realm above the king realm. The bloodline of the god of war is really rare. Otherwise, why do you think the Chao family wants Chao Chio to get the sea-quelling painting? Han Fei took a breath. It seems very powerful. Senior brother, let me handle Chao Chio. Chao Chio suddenly roared. Don't! What are you doing? I don't know. Hey, brother. Han Fei can slap me to death with one slap. I don't want to. Chao Tian sighed, and a golden bead appeared in his hand. He looked at Han Fei. We must fight for this painting. If you want to get the luck, do it fair and square. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Wait a minute. Chao Tian. Han Fei suddenly stepped forward. Chao Tian, does your Chao family want Chao Chio to get the painting? Since you are sure you can unlock the seal, why are you still meddling in this? Let's put it this way, except for the 5 of you present, I have taken everyone's luck. I have solved most of the mysteries of the sea-quelling painting. In this case, I will deal with Sun Mu first, and you can give your opportunity to Chao Chio. My senior brother will definitely give me the opportunity. I will fight Chao Chio alone. Chu Linyuan smiled. I have no objection. Wang Dashui nodded. Little junior brother is right. Sun Mu immediately said angrily, Chao Tian, Han Fei is cunning. Don't trust him. However, Chao Tian was silent for a moment. Okay, but you have to take Chu Linyuan's luck first. Han Fei smiled and said, Wait for me for a while. Of course. Han Fei wouldn't agree to Chao Tian's request. If Chao Chio was really as powerful as Chao Tian said, the two sides were now in a balance. Once this balance was broken, who knew what trump cards the opponent had? Han Fei immediately shouted towards the sky, Senior Earth 9, please show up and help me. Han Fei wasn't sure where he was now. However, creatures like Earth 9 couldn't be estimated with common sense. What if he could hear him? Han Fei shouted, 5 seniors, who can hear me? Come and see me. I'm coming. Han Fei had just continued to shout when a pangolin emerged from the void and appeared in midair. Ah. Han Fei said in astonishment, so fast? Earth 9 said lightly, the inside of the painting is different from the outside world. As long as we are not in the midst of 9 sounds or on that island, the 5 of us can hear you. Buzz! A ball of flame popped out. The fire seed had arrived. Chirp! Birds chirped. The water swamp had arrived. Hiss! Vines stretched out from the void. The tree spirit had arrived. Swish! A long knife fell from the sky. The punishing saber had arrived. Only then did Han Fei know that the punishing saber turned out to be a knife. Before the straw hut opened, Han Fei thought there was a creature sitting inside. The punishing saber trembled and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! We all heard what you just said. With us here, no matter who has a trump card, it's useless. Just do whatever you want. Chapter 954. When Han Fei appeared in the territory of Earth 9 and asked Granny Een to admit defeat, Punishing Saber and the other four knew that Han Fei was robbing luck. Why did he rob luck? Of course, it was to collect the painting. What else could it be? However, they were a little puzzled. Shouldn't he rob luck on the island? Could it be that he could only rob luck outside the Mist of Nine Sounds? Of course, they had also heard about Chao Chio's so-called bloodline of the god of war. The bloodline inheritance above the king level couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, it was difficult for them to choose between Han Fei and Chao Chio. Therefore, in their opinion, a duel between the two of them was the best way to resolve the situation. As for Sun Mu, no matter who Sun Mu was, all of them could beat him. Why should they care about him? It was just a symbolic slap. If the five of them forcibly intervened, they wouldn't have any face. Water Luster said coldly, "Make it quick. Fight." Han Fei immediately looked at Sun Mu, only to find that his face had turned green. Sun Mu never expected that things would develop to this state. In his opinion, as long as the seal on Chao Chio was opened, even if they could win, it would be a 3-on-3, and he still had his last trump card. No one knew. At that time, he could easily collect all the luck. His perfect plan was ruined by Han Fei's words. Who wouldn't be angry? Sun Mu gritted his teeth. Han Fei, I'll remember you. Han Fei sneered. Didn't you remember me long ago? By the way, this is not the Mist of Nine Sounds. So, the array in the mist can't save you. Either you take the initiative to admit defeat and give me your luck, or I'll kill you and take your luck by force. Choose one. Sun Mu's face was trembling and his eyes became fierce. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? The fire seed was burning. If you have, take them out. Don't waste time. Sun Mu was furious. He really had a trump card. At this point, all his luck was here. Shouldn't he fight for it? Immediately, Sun Mu made up his mind and shouted, "Fight!" Han Fei stepped into the air and walked toward Sun Mu. Do you know, from the first time you couldn't kill me, it was impossible for you to kill me now. You'd better use your trump card as soon as possible. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't have a chance at all. As he spoke, he extended the void line. Han Fei held Snowmorn in his hand. Buzz! 108 swords appeared in the air, and Sun Mu held the high-grade divine weapon in his hand. For your sister, draw your sword between heaven and earth. A white light suddenly appeared. Shocking sword energy descended from the sky, not giving Sun Mu a chance to react at all. It's already the final battle, and you want to light up everywhere with me? Are you playing? Roar. The secret method was activated, and Sun Mu's 108 swords merged into one. Hastily, he tried to use the 10,000 swords as one to block this sword. Ding, bang. 10,000 swords returned to origin, exploded in an instant. Sun Mu fell to the ground at a terrifying speed, and the void lines directly hooked him. Sun Mu was bleeding, and the divine battle suit on his body was shattered by Han Fei's sword. At this moment, blood was dripping from his chest to his abdomen. At this juncture, he felt a life-and-death crisis again. Therefore, he had no time to care about his wounds and summoned a fish skin, which turned out to be a death scapegoat. This meant that Han Fei had actually killed Sun Mu with a single slash. However, this guy managed to dodge the void lines, but Han Fei's body flickered in the air. Sacrificing punch. A huge crimson fist fell from the sky, directly locking on Sun Mu, who had just used the death scapegoat. Facing Han Fei's punch, Sun Mu's eyes almost popped out. How can this guy launch 2 attacks of this level? 108 immortal slaying swords. At that moment, the void shook. It was no longer the 10,000 swords as one, but more like a kind of power of law or a special ability of swordsmanship. 108 rays of light, including the sword in Sun Mu's hand, seemed to break through the sky and slash Han Fei. On the side, Chao Chiu swallowed frantically. How can I fight him? Han Fei is so fierce. Punishing Saber suddenly said, This sword strike is interesting, but it's a pity that it's too late. When Sun Mu slashed out this sword strike, he didn't have time to care whether this sword strike could kill Han Fei or not. All the weapons on his body appeared, his essence blood was burning, the amulet jade appeared, and he was ready to use the immortal seal at any time. However, just when he wanted to use the immortal seal, he was shocked to find that it didn't work. This is impossible. How can the immortal seal fail? My soul! The sacrificing punch directly smashed all the obstacles along the way. Semi-divine weapons, amulet jade, all exploded into pieces. Although this punch failed to crush Sun Mu into pieces, it was because Sun Mu's family was strong enough and had a lot of good things. If it were someone else, they would have been smashed into pieces. Rumble. On the ground, a large pit of more than 50 meters in diameter was blasted out by the punch. Sun Mu's body was lying inside in a deformed state, and he was on his deathbed. In the air, Han Fei looked at Sun Mu's sword strike and stuffed a spiritual fruit into his mouth. Sun Mu's sword strike was also a lock-on skill. In that case, Han Fei roared and hit the sword light with a thick stick. Han Fei flipped his hand and pressed the other end of the stick, shouting, 9 Mansions, Dragon Seal. Rumble. Together with the stick, Han Fei was poked more than 3,000 meters into the sky. Little Fatty stretched out 3 tentacles to protect Han Fei, and Han Fei, with his chest full of blood, managed to survive the blow. In this blow, the embroidery needle was infused with the law of gravity, the 9 Mansions Dragon Seal, and the natural gravity falling from the sky. It could be said that this was the heaviest blow Han Fei had ever made. It was not that the attack was strong, but the force carried by the embroidery needle was very heavy, far exceeding the power of 10 waves. Even so, Han Fei was still pushed more than 3,000 meters into the sky. It could be seen that this Sun Mu was also AF * King Badass. Even with this kind of power, he still hit it. Not far away, Chu Linyuan and Wang Dashui were stunned. Little junior brother is so strong. Chao Tian couldn't help clenching his fists. He didn't expect that Sun Mu's sword strike would be blocked by Han Fei. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to block it before his spiritual energy and energy were exhausted. As for punishing Saber and the others, they all nodded. Only in this way would he be qualified to take the painting. Below, the guy was defeated the moment he made his move. After a while, Han Fei swayed and fell to the ground with a mouthful of spiritual fruits. The void lines were still hanging on Sun Mu, making him unable to speak. Han Fei sneered. I wanted to tell you when I was in the level 3 fishery. When it comes to fighting, just use your ultimate moves. I told you, but you didn't listen to me. Why did you send red light everywhere? What's the use of that thing? Puff! Han Fei killed Sun Mu with his own hand. The grievances that had accumulated for several years were finally resolved. It was very pleasant. This was not the 9 Shadows Mist. There were no rules to save him, so Sun Mu was really dead. Chao Chiu trembled all over. You want me to fight with such a devil? Do you think I don't want to live? Chao Tian took a breath. Don't worry, you can do it. Chao Chiu almost cried. What can I do? If I had known, I wouldn't have come in. How could I fight him? After 2 moves, Sun Mu was killed. How could this be a fight? This was clearly torture. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself one after another and reached out to grab a ball of spirit awakening fluid to drink. Then he smiled and said, Well, since you want a fair fight, can you let me have a moment? Earth 9 nodded. Of course. You need to recover to your peak state. Chu Linyuan and Wang Dashui landed beside Han Fei and frowned. Little junior brother, although your attack just now was strong, it was too risky. Your energy and spiritual energy are all gone. If the other party still has a trump card, it will be bad. Chu Linyuan took out a glowing red fruit and said, "Little junior brother, this can help you recover your energy quickly." Han Fei thought to himself, "In fact, my spiritual energy has been replenished in the blink of an eye. If necessary, I can still make another slash." However, since Chu Linyuan was so enthusiastic, Han Fei certainly wouldn't refuse. Every time he replenished his energy, his chances of winning would increase by 10%. It would be a waste not to take it. Wang Dashui was a little embarrassed. Han Fei immediately said, "Senior brother, I know you are poor. It's okay. You have been confined for so long. I know." Han Fei looked at Chao Tian. "What? Why don't you challenge Chao Chiu and admit defeat?" Chao Tian actually wanted to help Chao Chiu defeat Han Fei. However, he didn't have this opportunity. Originally, the two sides were evenly matched. At this moment, the three from the Thug Academy were present. He didn't have this opportunity. Chao Tian immediately looked at Han Fei. "If I admit defeat, my luck will be transferred to me?" Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashui said, "Little junior brother, I want to challenge you." Han Fei grinned. "I accept." Wang Dashui nodded. "I admit defeat." The 5 legendary creatures looked at each other. This is a bit childish. In the end, they began to admit defeat. Chao Tian said, "Chao Chiu, I challenge you." Chao Chiu said with a sad face, "Can I not accept it?" Chao Tian shook his head. Chao Chiu said pitifully, Then I accept." Chao Tian nodded. "I admit defeat." After a moment, everyone retreated, and Chao Tian looked solemnly at the golden bead in his hand. Once this thing was broken, Chao Chiu might never be the same Chao Chiu again. He held the bead for a long time, his heart full of nostalgia. He hoped that Chao Chiu would still be the same Chao Chiu who only needed to invent things. The responsibility of the family was too heavy for him. However, Chao Chiu was the hope of the Chao family to return to the peak, so he had to do this. Kacha! The sound of the golden bead breaking came. Suddenly, a large number of golden runes appeared on the body of Chao Chiu, who was extremely nervous. The runes formed into numerous bandage-like illusory rings that revolved around his body. Ah! Roar! Chao Chiu's hair stood on end, and his body flew into the air uncontrollably. At this moment, his eyes glowed red, the runes on the surface of his body turned from golden to blood red, and a terrifying power burst out layer by layer. BAM! 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 3 rune bandages were broken, and Chao Tian sighed slightly. This is the limit that Chiu Chiu can bear. Chapter 955. Han Fei continued to cast the divine healing technique on himself, and his injuries had basically recovered. Little Fatty wasn't strong enough, and 2 of its tentacles had been broken. He couldn't fight unless he had to. Han Fei made up his mind. It seemed that he couldn't hide the yin-yang divine eyes anymore. Buzz! Chao Chiu's momentum was rising, and his body grew half a head taller in a short time. His fat body also became thinner at this moment. Han Fei was not used to this Chao Chiu. Was this Chao Chiu, who was not Little Fatty, still Chao Chiu? Clatter! Chao Chiu slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes became strange and fanatical. A kind of fanaticism that Chen Aochen had seen appeared in Chao Chiu's eyes. However, different from Chen Aochen, in addition to fanaticism, there is also a kind of indifference similar to Chao Jiren's in Chao Chiu's eyes. Chao Chiu looked at Han Fei, paused for a long time, and said leisurely, "I haven't forgotten my previous memories. I don't want to fight this battle, but I can't give up. I'll wait for you to fully recover." As he spoke, Chao Chiu stretched out his hand, and a big hand made of spiritual energy grabbed at Sun Mu. He clenched it hard, and Sun Mu's body was immediately crushed. Chao Chiu said lightly, "Sun Mu was killed by me. It has nothing to do with you." After that, Chao Chiu glanced at Chao Tian, who nodded. "Although Sun Mu is a bit troublesome, it's not a big problem. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Chao Chio has really changed. Is this bloodline of the god of war so terrifying? Next to Han Fei, Chu Linyuan said via voice transmission, very strong. Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just show them. Anyway, with the sea-quelling painting, you are already standing on the cusp of the storm. It doesn't matter if your trump cards are exposed. After all, you have the Thug Academy behind you. Wang Dashui nodded. Little junior brother, beat him. After half an hour, Han Fei recovered to his peak state. After so many battles, he had already digested more than half of the improvement brought by the spirit awakening fluid. His pure strength was also above 8 million kilograms. If he became an advanced hidden fisher, he should be close to the power of a wave. With the help of the secret method of devil change and invincible fighting intent, even if Chao Chio had the bloodline of the god of war, what could he do? The 5 legends did not speak at this moment. Judging from the power they showed at the moment, they could even compete with legendary creatures of the same realm. This was an evenly matched battle. Although Han Fei had also used all his strength in the battle against Sun Mu just now, it was a complete one-shot. The difference between their battle realms and awareness was too great. At this moment, Han Fei tapped his feet and appeared in midair. Chao Chio flew up at the same time and stretched himself. Rationally speaking, I don't like this feeling very much. This bloodline seemed to be able to affect my emotions and will. Over time, perhaps under the influence of the bloodline here, he would become a new war god. But it is very difficult. Han Fei smiled. You don't look like a ball at all now. Come on. Let me see how terrifying the bloodline of the divine god of battle is. Devil transformation. Han Fei's body glowed with golden light, and his eyes gradually became indifferent. He took out a mint leaf, stuffed it into his mouth, and looked at Chao Chio. Now that the seal has been unlocked, let's fight with all our strength. Chao Chio nodded and took off his battle suit. His strong muscles bulged, and in the air, there seemed to be power entering his body. God of War attach. Swish, swish, the two rushed towards each other in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Golden light and red flames filled half of the sky. The terrifying waves formed a storm, crushing the ground. The rocks collapsed and the vegetation was damaged. As soon as they came up, the two launched tentative attacks. After dozens of punches, Chao Chio was blasted into the air for a kilometer. But Han Fei didn't look happy at all. He could feel that Chao Chio was a little inexperienced. He didn't have enough control over the power of the god of war bloodline. And Han Fei had now become a whetstone. Since it was a battle, the outcome had to be decided. What methods did he have? It was time to use them. The void lines quietly stretched out, and Han Fei's figure shot out. The invincible fist mark crossed the void like a stream of light in the sky. Chao Chio stomped his foot, creating a sonic boom, and a faint red giant phantom appeared behind him. Boom! At this moment, the void lines instantly buckled at Chao Chio. Chao Chio frowned, and the phantom behind him trembled. Han Fei was surprised to find that the void lines couldn't go any further and couldn't hold Chao Chio's soul at all. The two separated again, and Chao Chio's eyes were cold. Just now, there seemed to be a strong crisis. You seem to have a way to attack the soul. However, under the will of the real god of war, my soul is as solid as gold, so this method is ineffective. Han Fei grinned. Then let me see if your energy is infinite first. Boom, boom, boom. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 100 minutes. A mountaintop was directly smashed by the two. From the perspective of the situation, Chao Chio, who had unlocked the bloodline of the god of war, was still a little weaker than Han Fei in terms of strength. Those mountains were basically smashed by his body. The aftermath of the battle between the two shocked the onlookers. These two people's physiques were too strong. Even Wang Dashui couldn't help but sigh. At least the power Chao Chio displayed now was as strong as Chao Tian. and Han Fei was panting, stuffing a mouthful of spiritual fruits. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The bloodline of the god of war can constantly absorb energy from the void. What a domineering bloodline. Han Fei frowned. Different from what he thought when he first met Chao Tian, he thought that Chao Tian could continuously exert such powerful attacks because he had stored energy. But Chao Tian didn't have the bloodline of the god of war. He might have just practiced the corresponding spells. Otherwise, if he had endless energy, Wang Dashui would have been defeated long ago. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The bloodline of the god of war could simply absorb energy from the void, which was even more powerful than his. Although the desolate god body could also absorb spiritual energy and energy from the void, it was not so powerful. Even though he had a level 7 spiritual heritage and his absorption speed was far higher than that of ordinary people, it was still not enough in the face of this bloodline of the god of war. Chao Tian clenched his fists at the moment, looking serious. The so-called god of war was invincible. However, there was a gap between Chao Qiu's bloodline and Han Fei's basic strength. If it weren't for the bloodline of the god of war, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Han Fei's strength was even stronger than the last time they met in the swamp. Fuse! Suddenly, a strange black and white light burst out of Han Fei's eyes. The phantom glass wings flapped, and the agility of wind burst out. Swish! Han Fei left a trail of fire in the void. It was the sparks caused by the friction with the air, dazzling and terrifying because the speed was too fast. God's body, devil fist. Sacrificing punch. Bam! Flames bloomed in the sky, illuminating the night. Even from 1,000 kilometers away, the slight tremor from the void could be felt. The fruit given by Chu Linyuan had been stuffed into Han Fei's mouth, and the energy in Han Fei's body was full again. Snowmorn was drawn, and a white light flashed across the sky, seeming to cut something, making a scratching sound. When Han Fei took a closer look, he saw a giant 100 meters tall, fighting with his hands and shoulders. However, because the power of this sword was too strong, the light on the giant became dimmer and dimmer. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. At this moment, Han Fei himself became a Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, which was only more than 20 meters in size. It slashed at the war god phantom and blocked the sword-drawing technique at the same time. And Chao Qiu, his body behind the giant, pressed his hands in the void, burning his blood to resist. Energy gathered crazily in the void. However, how much energy could be collected to block such a powerful attack in an instant? Therefore, the giant was being worn out bit by bit, transforming into nothingness. Chu Linyuan was still exclaiming, "Every attack is comparable to Sun Mu's last sword strike. Isn't this consumption a little too terrifying?" Wang Dashui said firmly, "Little junior brother can win." Chao Tian said lightly, "The bloodline of the war god has just been awakened. If he has a little more time, Han Fei won't be a match for him." Punishing Saber suddenly smiled. "Not necessarily. Although that little fatty doesn't seem to have any secret treasures, the seal on him is comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Moreover, the bracelet on his hand is the real source of this war god phantom. Even if it is not a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, it is at least an ultra-quality divine weapon. This means that the little fatty is now also using at least 2 ultra-quality divine weapons. In the case that neither side can exert the strongest state of their weapons, there is no difference between an ultra-quality divine weapon and a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. So, for now, it seems that the little fatty can only take a beating." Water Luster said coldly, "If the little fatty wants to fully adapt to this power, I'm afraid it will take more than 3 years. You should have unlocked his seal 3 years earlier." Chao Tian shook his head. "If I had unlocked it earlier, there wouldn't have been 3 layers of seals. It would have been meaningless to unlock 2 layers at most." Chu Linyuan said, "Haha." Being able to absorb energy from the void crazily, This is the trump card of the war god bloodline, right? If it doesn't have this heaven-defying ability, this bloodline is worthless. Although Chu Linyuan said so, he still sighed with emotion in his heart. The heritage of the big clans is really strong. This kind of power alone is enough for Chao Qiu to sweep away all his enemies. Whether it was himself, Da Shui, or even Chao Tian himself, they were no match for Chao Qiu. The premise was that Chao Qiu had fully mastered this power. But now, Chao Qiu was just taking a beating. Bam! The giant phantom exploded, and the sword-drawing technique was also collapsing. The supreme yin-yang wheel was still spinning, turning directly towards Chao Qiu. The latter's face was pale, and he couldn't replenish his energy. If Han Fei's attack wasn't so fierce, as long as the battle dragged on, Han Fei would definitely lose. But Han Fei obviously wanted to win the battle quickly, so he had to burn his blood. At this moment, a pair of giant hands that seemed to stretch out from ancient times blocked in front of him, trying to tear the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram apart. However, this was not just the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram transformed by Little Black and Little White. There was also Han Fei inside. Buzz, buzz, buzzed the pair of big hands cracked inch by inch. Earth 9 suddenly said, "There's a Taoist aura in that black and white round light. The little fatty can't hold it anymore." Chao Tian frowned. Taoist aura? What's Han Fei's strength? How could it have anything to do with Taoist aura? The tree spirit also said, "Even without Han Fei, those hands shouldn't be able to tear the black and white diagram apart. However, they can repel it with terrifying power." Crack, crack, crack. The giant hands were full of cracks and were shattering inch by inch. Chao Qiu was dripping with blood, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his muscles were bursting. If it weren't for the crazy gathering of energy in the void, he might have been directly cut by the supreme yin-yang wheel at this moment. Chao Tian's eyelids were twitching, which was rare. Admit defeat. However, Chao Qiu was unmoved. Instead, he shouted in a low voice, "The will of the god of war never admits defeat. Fight to the end." Chao Tian's heart trembled. Yes, the current Chao Qiu was not the Chao Qiu of the past. Immediately, Chao Tian looked at the 5 legendary creatures. "Please help us. We admit defeat." However, none of the 5 legendary creatures took action. Earth 9 said indifferently, "In the Battle of Providence, either he admits defeat or he dies. No one else can intervene." Chapter 956. Bam! Chao Tian tried to attack the Tai Chi Yin-Yang painting. However, Wang Dashui's big green gate shook and blocked this blow. Wang Dashui grinned. "You broke the seal and fought for the sea-quelling painting. You have no right to intervene in this battle. CK off." Chao Tian completely broke out, and an attack comparable to the sacrificing punch roared out. However, at this time, a golden black mountain blocked in front of him. Earth 9 waved its tail, and the terrifying fist mark collapsed. Earth 9 said lightly, "You chose the road yourself. I won't interfere." Chao Tian's eyes were red, and he roared, "Chao Qiu, admit defeat. Han Fei, stop." But Han Fei couldn't hear what Chao Tian was saying at all. After fusing with Little Black, he couldn't have fully controlled it without the support of the peppermint leaves. At this moment, he had no choice but to win. How could he stop? Han Fei didn't have a second thought. How could he stop? Bam! The big hand exploded, and a bracelet floated in the air. Clang! The lingering sound was earth-shattering. At this time, infinity water rushed out. Explode! Rumble! Like a nuclear explosion, smoke and dust rose thousands of meters into the sky. Around the mountain, there were cracks and gullies. The scene was very huge. Chao Qiu was bombarded to the ground at a terrifying speed. Smoke billowed and the earth rumbled. Chao Tian rushed over crazily, and in the sky, Han Fei disappeared as if he had never been here. After a while, Chao Tian picked up the dying Chao Chiu from the ruins and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't let you fight anyone you can't defeat in the future. No one can stop me." There was a gap on the bracelet, which Chao Tian grabbed in his hand. He was stuffing the holy medicine into Chao Chiu's mouth. As long as Chao Chiu was still alive, he could come back to life. This was the only reason why Chao Tian didn't go crazy. Chao Tian looked at the sky and murmured, "Han Fei has an unknown trump card on the floating island." After Han Fei appeared, he passed out directly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chao and Yang Xie were both shocked, and Yu Shire looked solemn. Rin Tianfei frowned slightly. Did he encounter a strong enemy this time? He was actually injured to this extent. The energy in Han Fei's body was exhausted, but his spiritual energy was recovering at a terrifying speed. Why? Little junior brother, Jiang Chao said solemnly, "Don't panic. Han Fei is still breathing." At this moment, Han Fei was also dripping with blood. Chao Chiu seemed to have been defending, but under the impact of the energy, how could he escape unscathed? Ren Tianfei said, "Don't worry. His energy is exhausted. He must be too tired. Find a spirit gather. His body is recovering on its own very fast. This is above level 7. Ren Tianfei said, "There's no need to look for it. When he had recovered a little, he would wake up himself. He's a spirit gatherer himself, better than others." Han Fei woke up at dawn because he could feel the warmth of the sun. Opening his eyes, Han Fei saw Jiang Chao, Yang Xie, Yu Shire, and the others looking at him with concern. Jiang Chao asked in delight, "Han Fei, what do you think?" Yang Xie asked, "Junior brother, who did this to you?" Yu Shire asked, "The other party is stronger than me." Chao Tian? Ren Tianfei said, "I'm not curious about this. What I'm curious about is that you can not only recover your injuries on your own, but also recover your spiritual energy and energy quickly. Your 5 internal organs were damaged, but after sleep, you recovered 50% of them." Han Fei moved his finger and found that it hurt a little, so he immediately cast the divine healing technique on himself. After a while, Han Fei sighed. "Who can tell me what the bloodline of the god of war is?" Ren Tianfei's face changed drastically. "What did you say? The bloodline of the god of war?" Jiang Chao's face also changed drastically, but not so fast. Seeing Ren Tianfei's face, he guessed something. He had only heard of the bloodline of the god of war, but Ren Tianfei should know something about it. Ren Tianfei said, "I don't have the memory about the bloodline of the god of war, but it's very interesting. Ask me yourself when you see me in the future." Han Fei thought, "What are you talking about? You're right in front of me. You should at least say that I saw your real body, right?" Jiang Chao said, "In the ancient records of the 1,000-Star City, it is said that there was a god of war who conquered the sea. It is said that that person was at least a sea expansion realm king. He was almost as powerful as the first president of our Thug Academy." Cough, cough, Han Fei rolled his eyes. Since when did the first-generation president of the Thug Academy become so awesome? Didn't they say that he was poisoned to death in a fight with a strong master? He was buried in the pit at the back of the mountain and couldn't even get in. Ren Tianfei sneered and said, "You're back. It seems that you won." Han Fei nodded slightly. "I won." Yang Xie and Jiang Chao were very surprised. He had even used the bloodline of the god of war, but he still won? This disciple's strength was unfathomable. Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei. "Old man Rin, you can't take advantage of me." Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei disdainfully and sneered. "I admit defeat. Do you really think Master is going to beat his disciple?" "Who?" Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that old Minrin admitted defeat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to beat him. Although he didn't know if it was transformed by a drop of essence blood, or did it borrow someone else's corpse to live for a short time. Anyway, it wouldn't be easy to beat him. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid that the number one heavenly talent in the 1,000-star city will be Chao Chiu in the future. Thinking of Chao Chiu's weird bloodline that could infinitely absorb energy, Han Fei couldn't help but be a little shocked. Chao Chiu's hacks seemed to be even more awesome than his own. He had stored them for a long time. Whether it was spiritual energy or energy fruits, they were all collected bit by bit. But Chao Chiu could directly absorb them from the void. Endless in the evening, Han Fei made another meal. After stuffing himself with food, he finally recovered to his peak. Han Fei couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of a level 7 spiritual heritage. Even his injuries were recovering faster than others. How strong would it be if it became a level 8 or even a level 9 spiritual heritage in the future? However, Han Fei was puzzled. It seemed that it was a bit difficult to become a level 9 spiritual heritage. After all, he didn't know where to get the next few levels of the true spirit fishing art. In any case, he had to find a way to get the 7th floor of the Zhang family first. As for where the 8th floor was, who cares? I'll cultivate to the 7th level first. When that time comes, my strength should be able to go up another level. In the evening, night fell again. It was the 4th night. This time, Han Fei did not hesitate to find the place where the color-changing star was. Although the star still couldn't show up, Han Fei was sure that it was here. There should be only one way to get it. That was to fish the star out of the water. However, when he was about to fish it out, he seemed to think of something and came to Ren Tianfei. "Old Ren, why are you here? Did you know I would come?" Ren Tianfei shook his head. "No." "Then why are you here?" Ren Tianfei smiled. "Go find your opportunity. Don't worry about me." Seeing that Ren Tianfei didn't want to answer him at all, Han Fei was puzzled. The sea token was distributed by Ren Tianfei, and Ren Tianfei also found that star. For him, this was actually more like an experience, a very difficult experience. Logically speaking, since the star had been found, Ren Tianfei should have taken the opportunity. Why didn't he? There must be some secrets that Han Fei didn't know. Forget it. I'll ask old Han later. Now that I got the map, he wouldn't keep quiet, would he? On the lake, Han Fei reached out and fished. Swish! The scenery in front of Han Fei changed. It seemed to be still the surface of the water, but there was something strange about the water. Han Fei stepped on it as if he were stepping on a mirror, but ripples spread out. When Han Fei looked up, the sky was full of stars, and he seemed to be in the vast universe. And not far away, a red spot was flickering slightly. Hiss, could this be that star? It was like he was in the depths of the universe, in the vast sea of stars. But Han Fei knew this was impossible. He couldn't breathe in that kind of place, could he? However, those stars really looked like small dots hanging on a piece of black cloth, and Han Fei seemed to be able to pick them up easily. In this world full of nothingness, Han Fei walked forward dozens of steps and came to 3 meters away from the red star. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A drop of blood! Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. A drop of blood as big as a star. What kind of blood is this? Is this an opportunity? Suddenly, Han Fei looked back through this drop of blood. Han Fei found that a familiar position of stars appeared in the black void not far away or close. It was one of the 36 star position maps that Han Fei found. It was flickering at the moment, but it was not conspicuous. Han Fei quickly looked around, only to feel dizzy for a moment. 35 of the 36 star position maps had appeared. Was there still one missing? Han Fei immediately looked at this drop of blood, and his heart trembled. Could it be? The last star position map is here in the void where I am? Han Fei swallowed and stretched out his finger to the drop of blood. Just when he was about to touch it, there was a ripple in the void, and a shadow appeared. It looked like a human silhouette, and it was a woman's silhouette, as if it was covered by a black veil. So he could only see a figure. Han Fei frowned. withdrew his hand, and faced the shadow very close. Alas! In the void there was a woman's sigh, which seemed a little sad and emotional. Han Fei didn't understand what it meant. Chapter 9:57. The sigh of a woman appeared in the void. No matter how one looked at it, it was extremely strange. Han Fei cupped his hands and said, "Senior." In the shadow, a pair of blurry eyes seemed to be staring at Han Fei. It wasn't until Han Fei felt a little creepy that the shadow said, "What's going to come will come. Do you know what it means for you to take this opportunity now?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't know." The shadow said leisurely, "This world is very big. There's a sea in the sea, and a sky beyond the sky. Countless years ago, the sea race rose, and the vast land was covered by the sea. Some people ran away, and some people stuck to it, but in the end the human race declined and the population withered." Han Fei said, "I've heard of it, but now there are strong masters building floating islands, and human beings can breathe and develop, and strong masters are still being born. The strength of human beings is gradually recovering." The shadow said, "Do you mean the Thousand-Star City?" Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Ah, Senior, do you know about it?" The shadow said lightly, "I moved the Thousand-Star City here. Why don't I know?" Wow. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The Thousand-Star City was moved here by this guy? Damn, she's ridiculously strong, isn't she? It's not a big deal that she can move mountains. Han Fei felt that when one reached Xue Xinqi's level, they could move mountains. But could Xue Xinqi move the Scattered Stars Island? Obviously that was impossible. That wasn't something that could be done by humans at all. But now, the person in front of him said that the Thousand-Star City was moved here by her. This person was even a woman, which made Han Fei's heart surge, and it was hard for him to calm down. The shadow said, "Human beings fought with sea demons for more than 9,000 years and finally conquered a large territory. Because the territory was very large, many human experts divided the territory and ruled it, forming the 36 mysterious heavens." Han Fei asked, "36 mysterious heavens?" The shadow smiled faintly. "It can also be called the 36 palaces, or the 36 immortal palaces. Where the Thousand-Star City is located, it is called the 9th immortal palace, called the Yin-Yang Heaven. At that time, the immortal palace was just an immortal palace. Later, the masters used the floating stones as the foundation, captured the sea mountain, and set up a floating array. That's how the Thousand-Star City came to be today." Han Fei immediately swallowed. The prehistoric secrets were 2F** king shocking. In other words, the entire territory he was currently in was within the boundaries of the 9th immortal palace. There were as many as 35 such immortal palaces. Even if these 36 immortal palaces were added together, it was still just a piece of the foundation that the humans had defended back then. Most of the ancient experts had already run off to God knows where. Han Fei wanted to count with his fingers. Just how vast was the territory of the 9th immortal palace? A level 3 fishery is already 1,000,000 kilometers long, isn't it? The unknown place? With a casual calculation, it would be millions of miles long. Besides, the fishery was separate from the unknown place. Han Fei's head was in a mess. It was so big. Han Fei instinctively explained with his own knowledge. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was 386,000 kilometers, which was only slightly more than 700,000 kilometers. How big was the territory of the 9th immortal palace? The shadow seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking and said lightly, "The 9th immortal palace has a territory of 8,000,000 kilometers long." Han Fei almost rolled his eyes. Just the 9th immortal palace alone was 8,000,000 kilometers long. Then suppose the 36 immortal palaces were connected. It would take him 8 minutes to run at the speed of light. What could he do? Han Fei immediately asked, "Are the 36 immortal palaces out of the infinite ocean?" The shadow said lightly, The infinite ocean that is generally known is actually in the same area as the 36 immortal palaces. In the beginning, the 36 immortal palaces were all on the other side of the infinite ocean. However, although the immortal palaces were there, the war did not stop. Later, some secrets happened, and some immortal palaces declined. In order to protect the safety of the people, the palace masters moved the immortal palaces away. They had to be moved to a relatively barren place so that humans could live in peace. Of course, moving the immortal palaces is also dangerous. It's a secret, so I won't tell you more. Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't said much. I've already said enough. He couldn't help but wonder, how strong must a person be to move the immortal palaces? And such a strong person could also die? Han Fei said, so the 9th immortal palace was moved to the barren land. The shadow said lightly, not only the 9th immortal palace. In secret, more than 1 or 2 immortal palaces have been moved away. The Waterwood Heaven is adjacent to the Yin-Yang Heaven, and the situation is similar. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. There's another one next to mine? Han Fei immediately asked, Senior, will there be wars between the 36 immortal palaces? The shadow said, occasionally, but not often. Han Fei took a breath and said, Senior, then what does this opportunity you mentioned represent? Looking at this drop of blood, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This matter has already reached the immortal palace. However, I haven't even been to the 1,000-star city. I'm just a country bumpkin who doesn't understand the beauty of a big city. The shadow was silent for a while and slowly said, You only need to know that there are 2 drops of this thing. If you get both drops, you will become the new palace master of the Yin-Yang Heaven. Han Fei's face changed. Palace master of the Yin-Yang Heaven? Why does this name sound so weird? The 9th palace master is better. Why is it always the palace master? Isn't it the immortal palace? Isn't it better to call it the immortal master? Yes, the 9th immortal master. This name doesn't sound bad. Han Fei immediately asked, Then where is the 2nd drop? The shadow sighed again. In the geocentric foundation of the immortal palace. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. I don't even know where the immortal palace is. Or is the immortal palace above the 1,000-star city? Old Minrin might know about this. He could just ask Old Minrin then. If not, the Thug Academy might also know. Besides, there was old Han. It wasn't difficult for him to know this. However, it was already so difficult to get 1 drop. The 2nd drop was still in the geocentric foundation of the immortal palace. Would it be difficult to get it? Han Fei asked awkwardly, Is this dangerous? The shadow suddenly asked, Do you know the steps into the sea? Han Fei nodded quickly. I know this too well. I got the art of invincibility in that corner, and I almost released some monsters. Fortunately, I didn't continue to dig, or I would have been in trouble. The shadow said lightly, The steps into the sea has 4 purposes. 1 is to exchange materials with the steps into the sea of other immortal palaces. The 2nd is to use the power collected by the steps into the sea to maintain the array of the immortal palace. The 3rd is to pray to heaven on the altar, where there may be a very low probability of trading with a supreme being. The 4th is to raise a clam, where corpse puppets are sealed below. Every 100 years they are harvested, brought back to the immortal palace, seized its will, and asked to guard the immortal palace. Gulp! Han Fei swallowed. Fortunately, heaven didn't trade with you. Otherwise, my demon purification pot would have no vines. However, this information was simply super secret. The so-called sacrifice was to exchange things with the steps into the sea under the jurisdiction of other sects. No wonder they always brought back some garbage. So, this was actually an exchange between 2 or more people in the steps into the sea. In the end, it was just exchanging garbage for garbage. In the end, everyone took the garbage anyway. Occasionally, if they exchanged for something good, they would treasure it. But in fact, it was garbage that others didn't want. As for the spiritual chi used to stabilize the immortal palace, he had no idea how it was done. It's just that I seem to have made some trouble with the steps into the sea. It seems that there is a problem with the ability to exchange things. I wonder if it has recovered now." Han Fei quickly said, "Senior, if something goes wrong with the steps into the sea and we can't exchange offerings for anything, will the divine palace not be maintained? Will it fall off?" Han Fei felt a little guilty. If an immortal palace were to fall into the sea, wouldn't he be blamed for it? Moreover, it was his own fault. If he became the 9th immortal master, in the end, when he got home, his house had fallen into the sea. Wasn't he digging his own grave? The shadow shook his head slightly. "I won't." The immortal palace had its own array formation, so it would not fall because of this. However, this will cause the spiritual qi in the immortal palace to be thinner. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. As long as it didn't fall, he wouldn't be able to move it. If the heavenly palace was right above the 1,000-star city, and it really fell, it might smash the 1,000-star city together with it. Then he, who was half the 9th immortal master, would be alone. Han Fei immediately thought, the puppets suppressed by the steps into the sea have to be collected once every 100 years. How long has it been since they were collected? Han Fei couldn't help but look at the shadow. What will happen if I don't collect the puppets? The shadow was silent for a while. They will become fiercer and finally become a peerless, ferocious monster. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Don't. I'm taking over the immortal palace." "Do I have to take over a ferocious monster?" The shadow said. "What you should care about is not this puppet, but that there are many puppets above the immortal palace. And in the underground foundation of the immortal palace, there are even strong puppets. If I'm not mistaken, they are at least at the explorer level." Han Fei didn't know what to say. "At the explorer level? And you want me to get another drop of blood? I'm not bragging, but they can take my head off and kick it like a ball. I might as well stay here and grab the sea-quelling painting instead of going to the explorers." The shadow glanced at Han Fei. "You are too weak, so you can't go in a short time. This half drop of source water is also good for you, but because it is incomplete, the benefits are limited. Mastering this drop of source water means mastering the sea-quelling painting." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Isn't this blood?" The shadow didn't answer but sighed. "In the future, once you become the new immortal palace master, you will need to bear a lot of things. You will know the specifics when the time comes." Han Fei asked, "Why me?" Back then, someone could get the sea-quelling painting, right? Han Fei felt that the shadow seemed to be looking at him deeply, but it didn't speak, which made Han Fei feel a little creeped out. The shadow began to fade. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior, are you still alive? How can I take charge of the immortal palace with this token?" "Hey, hey, hey!" In Han Fei's cry, the shadow disappeared. In this nothingness, only Han Fei was left. Chapter 958. The shadow left a huge secret to Han Fei and ran away. Han Fei didn't know if it had already died or something. Han Fei felt that he might not be able to resist it. Even the weakest puppet is an explorer? Are you kidding me? However, this time, Han Fei seemed to be dumbfounded. A barren land? He didn't know how barren this place was until now. The immortal palace was destroyed for some reason and moved to this place. Even the palace master was gone. How could things develop to such a state? His vision was really limited by his imagination. If the palace master was still alive, could Ren Tianfei steal the sea-quelling painting from the immortal palace? Han Fei didn't think too much about it. Anyway, the half-drop of source water was here, although he didn't know what it was. Anyway, it was very advanced. If he took another half-drop, he could become an immortal master. If this was not advanced, what was? Han Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart, slowly stretched out his finger, and pointed at the half-drop of source water. At the moment when Han Fei's fingertips touched the drop of source water, it instantly sank into Han Fei's body and disappeared. "Oh no, my physique is getting stronger and my strength is growing." Han Fei felt that his body was swelling, which scared him so much that he hurriedly cultivated the desolate god body. Once, twice, 3 times. The speed of cultivation of the desolate god body was beyond Han Fei's imagination. At this speed he cultivated for half an hour. Even so, he still felt that he couldn't keep up with the speed of his body's expansion. After cultivating for more than 300 times, Han Fei was numb. Han Fei suddenly discovered that his desolate god body had reached the ultimate level, and he couldn't cultivate any more. However, Han Fei's body was still swelling as if there was infinite energy accumulating. F***CK. This is limited to me. Limited? Is it really so limited? My body is about to explode. Han Fei didn't dare to neglect and directly began to cultivate the indestructible body. Otherwise, he felt that he might explode alive. After a long time, Han Fei only felt that his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were transforming again and again. He even felt that his bones were changing toward the color of golden jade. In this nothingness, it was difficult to have the concept of time. Anyway, Han Fei didn't know how many changes he had experienced. Bang! Something seemed to explode in Han Fei's body, and a large amount of impurities spurted out from every corner of his body. At that time, Han Fei felt that his body was heavy. Not only was his body heavy, but his mind was also a little heavy. Han Fei lay down in the void, and the god-scaring painting automatically appeared in his mind. It was 88 yuan, 89 yuan, $99, 100 yuan. Gotcha! When the god-scaring painting reached 100 pieces, something seemed to explode in his mind. Then, the god-scaring painting continued to be opened. 101, 108, 156, 199. It was not until the 200th piece of the god-scaring painting was revealed that the dizziness in his mind disappeared. Then, Han Fei passed out completely and didn't know anything. Han Fei's last thought was, "If this is what you call useful, please give me more." Han Fei didn't know how long he had been asleep. After all, when he woke up he was still in the void. However, when he first looked at his own information, he was stunned and dumbfounded. Owner, Han Fei level, 57, intermediate hidden fissure, spiritual energy, 432-5681-39999, spiritual power, 9999/9999 perception range, 500 kilometer strength, 3 million kilograms per wave first spiritual heritage, level 7, low quality second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 49, second spiritual beast. Unawakened main art. Divine manipulation technique, level 5, avoid fishing, heaven level, divine quality. Gulp! Han Fei swallowed several times. Except for the upper limit of spiritual energy, he only upgraded from an intermediate hidden fissure to an advanced hidden fissure. Han Fei found that the upper limit of spiritual energy had increased by 3,000 points. As for his spiritual power, with a swish, it seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck. It was full. His range of perception was no longer calculated in meters, but in miles. His strength soared by 5 million kilograms. That was not all. Who knew where the second spiritual vein came from? But what did it mean by unawakened? Wasn't that enough? How could there be a second spiritual beast? Besides, it was also unawakened. Han Fei was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. What kind of treasure was this origin water? His heaven-defying ability made one's hair stand on end. A mere half a drop was already heaven-defying. What would happen if it was a whole drop? Han Fei closed his eyes and looked inside himself. His blood was surging, his meridians were like jade, and his bones were half gold. It seemed that he had broken the 3rd level of the indestructible body art. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. If Ren Tianfei knew that he had broken the 3rd level of the indestructible body art now, what would he do? His eyes would pop out, wouldn't they? The improvement this time was really beyond Han Fei's imagination. It took Han Fei a long time to come back to himself. Han Fei found that if he fought with his current strength, it seemed that Sun Mu could kill him with one punch. No matter how strong Cao Qiu was, he shouldn't be able to resist 10 punches. I seemed to be really invincible. Han Fei didn't know how to describe his feelings now. Han Fei only knew that this time, it was worth it to grab the sea-quelling painting. No wonder everyone wanted to grab the sea-quelling painting like crazy. No wonder so many big shots were standing guard and playing chess. No wonder the Thug Academy declined because of this. This was indeed an opportunity to become a king. If he had such talent, as long as he didn't die, who could stop him from becoming a king? However, Han Fei found that his spiritual power seemed to be too strong. It was full of 9,999 points. He was stuck. Why? Logically speaking, this was too much more than before. Even if it doubled, it shouldn't be like this, right? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that a picture appeared in his mind. Han Fei scanned it with his mind, and the mountains, rivers, and earth appeared in his mind. A world in the picture. Han Fei was surprised. It was indeed a world in the picture. He seemed to be able to connect the entire sea-quelling painting. With a thought, Han Fei could see Jiang Chao and Yang Xie looking up at the lake, Yu Shire squatting by the lake and looking into the water, and Ren Tianfei sitting on the grass calmly. However, he scanned the entire sea-quelling painting. Han Fei found that except for those on the floating island, everyone had disappeared. Has 7 days passed? Han Fei's heart sank. How long has it been? He had practiced the desolate, divine body hundreds of times. Maybe 7 days had passed. On the floating island, by the lake. Yang Xie had been looking at the center of the lake. Master, do you think little junior brother can succeed? Jiang Chao sighed. I think so. After all, Han Fei is a heavenly talent who has embarked on the road of invincibility. This is the first heavenly talent in the history of the Thug Academy. As long as he doesn't die, the glory of the past is likely to reappear. Yu Shire sniffed. Invincible. I'm so envious. Rin Tianfei sneered. What do you know? His heart is invincible, and he condenses the road of invincibility with the power of his will. Although he can become much stronger, he is not really invincible. In this world, there is no real invincibility, only different roads. Jiang Chao smiled and said, Senior, Han Fei is also half a disciple of yours. Such a disciple is rare, isn't it? Ren Tianfei snorted and said, I gave him the opportunity. Otherwise, if I had taken it all for myself back then, how would this have happened today? Suddenly, a figure appeared directly beside Ren Tianfei and said with a faint smile, I'm afraid it's not that simple, is it? Han Fei, little junior brother. Hum, hum, hum. More than 300 figures rushed over with a swish. They were the first-generation powerhouses of the village. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Han Fei. Some were trembling slightly, some had eager eyes, and some swallowed nervously, but no one spoke. Sensing that their elders were gone, countless people in the village were running here, wishing they could grow wings and fly over. Han Fei asked, Senior uncle, how long have I been gone? Jiang Chao said with joy, 2 days and 3 hours. Huh. Han Fei looked at Jiang Chao in surprise. He had even been prepared to stay in the void for a few months, but it had only been 2 days? That was not right. If it was only 2 days, why were the others in the sea-quelling painting gone? Ren Tianfei said, Are you surprised? It means that the place you went, the time flow, is different. Among everyone, only Yang Xie asked tremblingly, Little junior brother, did you take the painting? This was also a question that everyone was concerned about. Han Fei could hear countless people's rapid breathing and rapid heartbeats. Han Fei raised his head slightly. Open. Hum. There seemed to be no change, but all of a sudden, a large amount of spiritual energy and energy flooded the floating island. Someone cried with joy, "Ha ha ha! It's open! The seal is unlocked." Someone knelt on the ground. "This painting finally has an owner. There's no need to fight for it anymore." Jiang Chao immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha! Good, good, Han Fei, good job. I'm sure you are the best student in the history of the Thug Academy." Yang Xie said excitedly, "Little Qin, I'm out. I'll be out soon." Yu Shire was still squatting on the ground, looking at Han Fei. "I envy you so much." A large group of children were infected by this atmosphere. They couldn't feel the joy of the adults, but the atmosphere was contagious. At this moment, they were also playing with each other. Among everyone, only Ren Tianfei seemed to have expected this. He looked indifferent, sitting on the ground, motionless. Han Fei was the first to find that something was wrong. Han Fei found that Ren Tianfei had become a corpse again. His face was haggard, and his energy seemed to have dissipated. He had become a statue again. Han Fei's expression was complicated. Old Man Ren didn't seem to help him this time. Did he just watch him take the painting? However, Han Fei felt that Ren Tianfei seemed to be a kind of guarantee, following him to the floating island. It could be seen that his goal was never others but himself. He was watching him take control of the sea quelling painting. Han Fei even guessed that when necessary, he would take action. For example, if he was really no match for Chao Qiao, maybe Ren Tianfei would take action. However, Han Fei wasn't sure, but he couldn't explain it. When he came, he was just a skeleton. When he left, he was just a skeleton. It was as if his clone had never appeared in the first place. Chapter 959. Han Fei could sense everything in the sea quelling painting. All living beings were in his mind. Han Fei vaguely guessed that the reason why his spiritual power increased abnormally after harvesting this half drop of origin water was to control the sea quelling painting. With a thought, Han Fei tried to disperse the mist of 9 sounds. "Master! Master! Congratulations to Master for taking control of this world." Several voices were imprinted in Han Fei's mind, from Earth 9 and the others. Han Fei swallowed. "Gosh, the sea quelling painting has really become his. I don't need to drip blood on it." Instead of letting them come to the floating island, Han Fei asked, "How do I get out of here?" Earth 9 calmly said, "Master, you only need to think about leaving." Han Fei glanced at the people who were looking at him nervously and immediately replied to Earth 9 and the rest, "Let's talk after I leave." Han Fei restored the 9 shadows mist. Now that he could go out, he had to be wary of some people. However, these people had been living in the map for a long time, and they were already carrying on their family line. No matter what, those ordinary people were innocent. As for the others, they could not be released for the time being. He didn't even know what the outside world was like. When they entered the dungeon, there were many creatures waiting for them. Once they were released now, some of them would definitely be robbed and killed once they left the underground city. In that case, they would probably die a wrongful death. If he didn't release them now, some of them might become his hostages. Although old Jiang was watching from the outside, Li Tianlan didn't know what to do. However, having an extra layer of protection was always good. Seeing that more and more people gathered around, Han Fei said to everyone, "I've taken the sea quelling painting. However, most of you should know where the sea quelling painting is. I believe you know how dangerous this place is. Therefore, please wait for a few more days. Wait until I leave the boneyard, then I'll let you guys out." Someone's heart sank. They were wondering if Han Fei would really let them go. After all, Han Fei was from the Thug Academy. In terms of position, they had always been enemies, not friends. Someone said in a trembling voice, "Han Fei, if you let us out, at least none of us here will be enemies with the Thug Academy in the future." Yes, Han Fei, after all these years, We're no longer as hot-blooded and impulsive as we used to be. Besides, I'm quite familiar with old Jiang and the others, so I won't go back on my word." The ordinary people could only watch, not daring to speak. However, the anticipation in his eyes was overflowing. Jiang Chao said, "Han Fei, take Yangtze out first. I'll stay here to calm everyone down. It's better to let these people go after all." Han Fei looked at Jiang Chao and nodded. "Okay." Yang Xie could not hold back his excitement. However, seeing that Jiang Chao wasn't going to leave immediately, he said, "Master, actually, it doesn't matter if we leave first." Jiang Chao smiled. There's no rush. He had stayed here for so many years, so how could he miss a few more days? You, on the other hand, go out and see how Qin is doing. Yu Shire said, "I'll go out too. I'm not from here." Han Fei nodded and then looked at everyone. "Don't worry. I've promised to let you go, so I will. However, that will have to wait until I get out of here first. At this moment, all of your clans have sent people to the Outer Sea region. When the time comes, I hope you know what to do." Everyone nodded. Even those who had tried to stop Han Fei before heaved a long sigh and nodded in agreement. How fierce was the competition for the sea-quelling painting? How could they not know? Many clans and the 7 major sects in the 1,000-star city must have been dispatched. However, it was Han Fei who got the sea-quelling painting, a member of the Thug Academy. According to those big shots, they would not let him go easily. And then it would be time for them to show their stance. The big clans and sects wouldn't let their former heavenly talents be imprisoned in the painting forever. Someone said, "Han Fei, we will try our best, but we can't guarantee anything. However, when the time comes, even if something unexpected happens, please let these children leave first. They are all ordinary people and have no cultivation." Someone responded, "Yes, we can stay, but please let them leave." As if sensing something, many ordinary people said to their ancestors, "Great-grandfather, I'll go with you." "Shut up," the man shouted angrily. "This is not something you can meddle in. All of you, shut up. Don't talk." A child tugged at the corner of a strong master's clothes. "Great-grandma, I want to go with you." The strong master sighed. "Listen to me. Yes, I will. Great-grandma will go with you. The teachers of our Jade Fairy Palace are very nice." For a time it was time for a show of warmth and affection. Han Fei glanced at Yang Xie and Yu Shire. "Senior brother, will you go with me first?" Yang Xie nodded. "Okay." Han Fei communicated with Earth 9 and the others. "Can you leave the sea-quelling painting?" Han Fei thought that these 5 people were all peak-level law enforcers. Besides, they were all legends. Their strength might even be comparable to that of an explorer. With the help of the 5 of them, Han Fei would have 5 super trump cards. Earth 9 said, "Master, we have long been integrated with this world. With your current strength, you can only let one of us leave at most. Besides, the time we can leave is limited." Han Fei's heart sank. Is there such a restriction? Is it because I'm too weak? Water Luster said, "Master, Earth 9 said that we can leave with all our strength and descend to the outside world with our real bodies. But if we only descend in the form of clones, we can stay outside for a long time." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "How strong are your clones?" Water Luster said coldly, "Less than 10%, probably the strength of a new law enforcer." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. A clone comparable to a law enforcer? This was already very strong. Of course, it might not be enough for those in the outside world. But it didn't matter. At least he could temporarily send a person to the outside world. The tree spirit said, "Master, although we can't completely descend into the outside world for now, you can take people in. As long as it's not an explorer, the 5 of us can deal with it." The tree spirit added, "The reason why they're not explorers is because explorers do not die easily. Although we can suppress it, the world within the painting will definitely be damaged in battle." The Pyro Company smiled and said, "If it's only 4 or 5 enforcers, we can deal with them easily. However, if there were too many of them, it would also cause the world in the painting to collapse. After all, although we are legendary, we can't destroy the enemy in an instant. When one reached the law enforcer realm, they grasped the laws and had many means. Of course, I'm talking about the pinnacle of law enforcement. As for those below the pinnacle, you can do whatever you want. Punishing Saber suddenly said, Master, you can throw a single, peak-level law enforcer to me. I'm in charge of killing, and those who are not heavenly talents are like floating clouds to me. Han Fei listened to Punishing Saber's words and couldn't help but feel excited. Now this is what you call domineering. Putting a peak-level law enforcer here meant that, from today on, no peak-level law enforcer could do anything to him. Han Fei immediately asked, How can I take people in? Earth 9 said, The sea-quelling painting can carry mountains and rivers. Master can summon a projection of the world in the painting to descend and put them in. Then you can take away this projection. The 9 sounds mist is a very good trapping array. As long as the 9 sounds mist traps them for a moment, they can be taken into the painting. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Can I use the power of the laws of the 9 sounds? Earth 9 responded, Yes, but this world is only a kind of weapon after all. So, whether you use the laws or us, Master will be under a certain amount of pressure. Han Fei nodded. For example, Earth 9 said, If you want us to descend, Master, you need to provide a massive amount of spiritual energy and energy support. However, if you are on the sea, Water Swamp can absorb energy on its own. If you are in the forest, I can also absorb spiritual energy and energy on my own. It depends on where you are fighting, Master. If you want to use the laws of the 9 sounds, you need to consume your own spiritual power. So the power of the laws will also weaken. Han Fei took a breath. Anyway, he had already obtained the biggest treasure, the source water. Although this sea-quelling painting was also an awesome treasure, he didn't necessarily need it so much. If he encountered a law enforcer, he could use the sea-quelling painting to help. But if he was stronger than them, it was probably safer to go to forge the universe. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't have to worry so much now. Han Fei responded, I see. I'll go out first. I'll call you if I need anything in the future. With a thought in his mind, Han Fei disappeared from the sea-quelling painting with a swish. Yang Xie and Yu Shire came out with Han Fei. They were still on the 10,000 step. Han Fei looked back and found that the sea-quelling painting was still flying in the air. As he waved his hand, the sea-quelling painting disappeared and sank into his body. Yang Xie sighed. They finally came out. Han Fei frowned and said, Senior brother, according to what you said, this should be the 6th day since I entered the sea-quelling painting. Then, if the others came out, did they all leave? Yang Xie smiled and said, Maybe they were not sent here at all? Yu Shire echoed, It makes sense. The 3 of them went down the steps. Along the way, the skeletons did not become super big skeletons, nor did they create a skeleton storm. When Han Fei walked out of the boneyard and returned to the outside of the Sky City, he turned his head and looked up at the gatehouse, only to find that the corpse was still there. Han Fei immediately said, Senior, may I ask if the people who went in with me have all come out? The corpse glanced at Han Fei. Yes. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief and then said, Senior, why are you guarding here? The corpse seemed to be lost in thought and paused for a moment before saying, Home. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Where did this Sky City come from? However, this was good. In an unknown area, there was still such a place, like a paradise, which seemed not bad. As for other secrets here, there should be a lot of them. It seemed that now he had the ability to look for them. Just when Han Fei was about to ask Yang Xie to look for opportunities with him, he suddenly saw 2 fishing boats flying into the sky. Jiang Qin and everyone else were there. Chapter 960. At this moment, the atmosphere was a bit weird. The only thing Han Fei was sure of was that Jiang Qin and Yang Xie were having an affair. The two of them looked at each other. Although Jiang Qin was still a little cold, her breathing became rapid. Yang Xie looked at Jiang Qin deeply for a while and suddenly opened his arms. Swish! The two of them hugged each other. Han Fei scratched his head and jumped directly onto the fishing boat. When did you come out? Luo Xiaobai nodded. We only went in for a day. There seems to be something wrong with the time here. We came back after we got some opportunities. Zhang Xuanyu immediately put his arm around Han Fei's shoulder and said, Look, I'm at the intermediate level. See, I'm at the intermediate level. Lu Rinquang chuckled. I'm also at the intermediate level. My armor box is full. On the other side, Wang Dashuai, Chu Linyuan by Lu, and Mu Qingchuan had already met. Looking at these two couples, and then at Jiang Qin and Yang Xie behind him, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the Thug Academy has a good tradition of internal love. Chu Linyuan said, Little junior brother, did you get it? Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashuai immediately grinned. I knew I would get it. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Senior brother, when did you come out? Did the others come out too? Chu Linyuan said, We came out about 6 hours earlier than you. We appeared directly outside the boneyard. When we came out, everyone realized that you had already got the sea-quelling painting. So, without a moment's pause, they all left. I reckon that you should be out soon as well. So, I asked everyone to wait for you here. Han Fei thought, sure enough. Han Fei immediately said, Xiaobai, since you came out so early, didn't you go to look for opportunities? Luo Xiaobai nodded. There shouldn't be many opportunities in a short time. In fact, all the opportunities we encountered were in this world. There should be many people like us. I met a lot of people when I was fighting for opportunities. Han Fei frowned. Scattered all over this world. Zhang Xuanyu said exaggeratedly, What do you think? However, it was really a narrow escape from death. I went to a purple bamboo forest, and after going through a lot of difficulties, I finally obtained a high-grade divine weapon rod. Of course, I can't compare to you. The flesh on Lu Rinquang's face shivered, and he said, I went to an orchard. Let me tell you, those fruits can run on their own and are extremely difficult to catch. There were also fruits that could hit people. There were also some fruit trees with long whips that could whip people. Some fruits would self-destruct. If it wasn't for my excellent defense, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Are fruits so powerful? However, thinking about it, it made sense. Earth 9 was formed from a fruit, so it was not surprising to call it a fruit spirit. While they were telling the story, they suddenly heard Jiang Qin say excitedly, My father is still alive. At this moment, they were still hugging each other. Jiang Qin raised her head in Yang Xie's arms, and then quickly turned to look at Han Fei. Why didn't he come out? Before Han Fei replied, Yang Xie said, Don't worry. In the picture, there were many people from the Thousand-Star City. Teacher is staying a little longer to stabilize them. He will be able to come out soon. Han Fei was surprised. Sister Qin, you don't know? Yang Xie said, I haven't told you. Teacher went in earlier than me, and I went in later. Hearing Yang Xie's words, Han Fei immediately understood. No wonder when Jiang Qin said that she was looking for someone, she seemed to only be looking for one person. It turned out that there was such a situation. Han Fei said, Sister Qin, don't worry. Junior uncle is fine. By the way, are we really not going to look for opportunities? Leave some opportunities behind. These opportunities are not too important to you anymore. These words were said by the corpse on the gate tower, which meant that the opportunities of this world should be left to others. Han Fei asked, Senior, there are many sea demons outside. If the sea demons come, die. Before Han Fei finished speaking, the corpse expressed his attitude. The corpse looked at everyone. Don't take too many opportunities. Chu Linyuan said, Little junior brother, we really have to leave. Now, we are already several hours behind the others. Our top priority now is not to look for opportunities, but to deal with the dangers from the outside world. Once we are slow, if the outside world is in turmoil and the old president is targeted, we will miss the best opportunity. Han Fei took a breath. Chu Linyuan was right. Yes, this time it was a fruitful trip. But outside, old Jiang had to deal with so many people alone. Once most of the others went out and publicized the fact that he had obtained the sea-quelling painting, they might really attack old Jiang. Besides, if they didn't go out, old Jiang definitely couldn't leave. But if they went out first or at the same time, old Jiang could take them with him even if they had to run away. Han Fei took a breath and said, "Let's go. Those guys have been gone for 6 hours. Let me see if I can teleport there directly with the teleportation array." Outside, the sea demons' forbidden land. In this battle, Blue Feather was tricked and the 10,000 Demon Valley suffered great loss. 4 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather were killed, and more than 5,000 sea demon realm powerhouses were killed. Blue Feather and Qinyaning were injured, and it was impossible for them to attack the Scattered Stars Island in a short time. However, Shueishenqi certainly wouldn't underestimate the 10,000 Demon Valley. Although half of the 8 wings of Blue Feather were dead, Qinyaning had advanced, which meant that the 10,000 Demon Valley now had 2 Dao-seeking level powerhouses, which were comparable to explorers. Besides, Shueishenqi didn't care about the underground city at all, even though he had come here at this moment. In the sky, Shueishenqi said lightly, "This time, if the ownership of the sea-quelling painting is determined, I hope you won't fight too hard. If you want to fight, wait until I take the people of the Scattered Stars Island away." Someone laughed and said, "Old Shui, of course, we have to take your people away. However, I think someone will definitely not be able to leave this time." Here, many people didn't look good. For example, Elder Sun's face didn't seem very good. Sun Baixing, one of the 3 ancestors of the Sun family, looked extremely gloomy at the moment. "I don't care about the painting now, but whoever killed my grandson, I won't let it go." An expert from the Death Door sect snorted and said, "Our Death Door sect has always been amiable. It's fine if our disciples die fighting for the map, but I want to know who got the painting. What are you going to do?" The powerhouse from the Death Door sect looked at Chao Wudi of the Chao family. He guessed that the sea-quelling painting was most likely to belong to the Chao family. Others didn't know, but he did. When Chao Chiu was born, he came to the Death Door sect to seal the bloodline of the god of war in his body, which was a top secret. Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect said, "The 7 major sects should be united." Let me tell you, our Heavenly Sword sect won't intervene in whose disciple gets the sea-quelling painting. As long as we can prove that the disciple has the chance to become a king, we will protect him. A woman from the Jade Fairy Palace nodded. No matter which sect's disciple gets the sea-quelling painting, our Jade Fairy Palace will take it seriously. Even if his sect dominates, it doesn't matter. The Mountain Sea Pavilion seconded. The Grand Void Academy seconded. The Origin Returning Peak seconded. The 7 major sects expressed their stance. The faces of the major families didn't look very good. It was difficult for an ordinary family to deal with a sect. What's more, if the 7 sects joined forces, their strength would be terrifying, especially the Heavenly Sword sect, which had a venerable realm powerhouse. Who dared to disrespect them? In addition to this venerable realm powerhouse, the other major sects all had explorers. For all they knew, there might even be venerables who were still alive. This wasn't something that ordinary large clans could shake, unless the big families also joined forces. But this possibility was slim. The big families were in constant disputes. Even if they joined forces, they would only join forces for a very short time. If the disciples of the 7 major sects really got the sea-quelling painting, the big families would have to join forces to crush the 7 major sections. However, this was obviously impossible. A powerhouse from a big family laughed and said, "It's unlikely that the 7 major sects will get the sea-quelling painting. How strong can a group of students who haven't seen much of the world be? But what if the people of the Thug Academy get it? Someone didn't mention the Thug Academy just now because he didn't mention it. It was difficult to fight the 7 major sects, but it wasn't so difficult to fight the Thug Academy. In the past, in every dispute, there was always the shadow of the Thug Academy, and this time was no exception. Besides, these powerhouses had also heard of Han Fei. He was not weak and had obtained the Wind God Pearl. He was at least a rare talent in 100 years, and was also very competitive. Old Bai sneered. Humph! What? You can't beat the 7 major sects, so you want to beat the Thug Academy? Who gave you the courage to beat the Thug Academy? Do you think that the Thug Academy is easy to bully with only 2 old men left? Humph! Sound waves rolled in the air. I, Jiang Dakian, am afraid of anything? If you push me too hard, we 2 old men will kill a venerable. Old Bai sneered. I agree with you, old Jiang. If you want to beat us, bring out a venerable first. If you can't bear the price, don't even think about it. Bah! 2 old men. You want to kill a venerable? Aren't you afraid of making others laugh their heads off at your words? Bai Kongi glanced at the person who spoke, glanced at the big axe in his hand, and sneered. Yang Erfu, the Thug Academy is not as hot-tempered as you. Believe it or not, I will do nothing but destroy your Yang family. The person called Yang Erfu sneered. Why don't you try? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. In an instant, everyone disappeared from the sky, and the next moment, they had already arrived at the ancient battlefield, because someone came out. Chapter 961. The first one to come out was named Lin Chi, a heavenly talent from the Scattered Stars Island. He was not from the 1,000-star city, but from the 36 towns. As soon as Lin Chi came out, he saw that all the big shots in the sky were staring at him. He shivered in fright. F***CK, what are they going to do? Humph! Suddenly, Xue Shinchi said, Don't be surprised. This boy is from the Scattered Stars Island. Let's keep waiting. Wait a minute. Someone said, Old Xue, just a few questions. Xue Shinchi looked at that person. Senior Yi, what do you want to ask? The powerhouse of the Yi family smiled and said, Little friend, do you have a C token? Lin Chi shook his head nervously. No. The powerhouse of the Yi family asked again, Little friend, don't panic. We just want to know how dangerous the underground city is. What does it look like? Lin Chi immediately said respectfully, Seniors, to be honest, it's not like a city, but more like an island. There are dangers everywhere on it. There are all kinds of land creatures that I've never seen before, and many of them don't live in the water. I almost died and found some opportunities, but I didn't dare to take risks, so I came out. Then everyone stared at Lin Chi and asked him some specific questions. Lin Chi knew some things, but he didn't know some. Lin Chi just described what he had seen and heard. Soon the crowd lost interest. These were all big shots. Weren't they just land creatures? Everyone had read a lot of ancient books and knew something about them, although they might be a little curious about whether the land creatures were the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. But they were just curious and didn't ask too much. Lin Chi was the first to come out, and he only stayed in the underground city for 3 days. It could only mean that Lin Chi's strength was relatively weak. However, it also meant that most people who were similar to Lin Chi were about to come out. Sure enough, 2 hours later, another person came out, and he was also from the Scattered Stars Island. Then 5 or 6 people came out one after another, all from the Scattered Stars Island. On the 5th day, 50 or 60 people came out from the Scattered Stars Island. At this time, the first disciple of a major sect appeared. He was a disciple of the Grand Void Academy. However, the powerhouse of the Grand Void Academy just said lightly to the people around him, He's not a disciple who wants to snatch the painting. You don't need to pay too much attention. The experts of the Imperial College just asked him some questions casually and let him go to the Scattered Stars Island. On the sixth day, 109 people came out one after another. However, not a single disciple had appeared to snatch the painting. On the seventh day, a white light flashed out of the cave. The master of the Yi family instantly appeared in front of the white light and grabbed Yi Baiyu's hand. Did you get the painting? Yi Dongfei, young Erfa shouted. Why are you panicking? Why do you make it sound like we are going to eat Yi Baiyu? The Mo family's elder chuckled. Baiyu, be honest. Sun Baixing barked. Baiyu, let me ask you, do you know how Sun Mu died? Yi Baiyu was stunned. Ah, Sun Mu is dead? Yi Dongfei shouted at Sun Baixing. Why are you so fierce to my Yu-er? How could there be a person who didn't die when seizing a fortuitous opportunity? You can't blame did you get the painting? This time no one spoke. They were all looking at Yi Baiyu as if they wanted to get an answer from him. Yi Baiyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Second grandpa, failed the family's trust. In the sea-quelling painting, although I am the fastest, speed alone is not enough. In the end, I was still defeated by Chao Jiren. Yi Dongfei heaved a long sigh. Forget it. But tell me what's in the painting. Since Ren Tianfei snatched the sea-quelling painting, it had never fallen into the hands of the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Those who snatched the painting in the past had basically never come out. They were all dead inside. Therefore, they didn't know what was going on in the sea-quelling painting. They only knew that the sea token represented luck. Although a few of them had come out, the news had been blocked and regarded as a top secret, and only their own family members knew it. At this moment, Yi Dongfei's idea was to let Yi Baiyu tell everything he knew. In this way, everyone could learn something about the sea-quelling painting. In the future, no matter who got it, the other families would know how to deal with it. Yi Baiyu said, there are 5 legendary peak-level law enforcers in the painting. Wow! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air upon hearing this. However, some people were indifferent. For example, Chao Wudi was like this. So was the powerhouse of the Jade Fairy Palace. The Heavenly Sword sect didn't have any big reaction. Yi Dongfei was shocked. Legendary? Are you sure it's not legendary but legendary? Yi Baiyu nodded. I can't be wrong. This is what one of the old trees said in person. He will answer almost anything. In addition to the 5 legendary creatures, the most difficult place in the painting is a place called the 9 Sounds Mist. But I asked what the 9 sounds are. This senior only said 7 sounds, which are joy, anger, sorrow, joy, panic, and thought, representing 7 kinds of emotions. I don't know what the other 2 sounds are. Immediately someone said 9 sounds. Could it be related to the comfort technique of the Juin family? Someone nodded. It should be about 10%. I heard that the little girl of the 9 Sounds family of this generation is a genius who became a law enforcer at the age of 17. In the entire history of the Thousand-Star City, she can be ranked in the top 10. I'm afraid it has something to do with this 9 Sounds. Yi Baiyu rambled on for a while and roughly explained the situation in the painting. He tried to enter the 9 Sounds Mist, but he couldn't get in at all. It should be because his luck had disappeared and he couldn't enter. Yi Dongfei said, it doesn't matter if you didn't get it. Hearing Yi Dongfei's words, Yi Baiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Second grandpa, the sea-quelling painting should have been obtained by someone. Because it's only the 6th day we came out automatically. When we entered, a total of 84 people came out, and a total of 52 people came out. What I can confirm is that all the people from the big families in the Thousand-Star City failed. What? Someone was astonished. All failed? Young Erfu scolded. Boyi, do you mean that all the people from our big families failed? Yi Baiyu nodded. Because when we came out, everyone came out at the same time. Except for Sun Mu, I saw all the people from your families. With that said, Yi Baiyu turned his head to look at Chao Wudi, including the Chao family. Chow Wudi suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell directly on Yi Baiyu. What did you say? Yi Baiyu sighed. Uncle Chow. Although I was defeated by Chow Jiren, they all failed too. Chow Jiren, Chow Tian, and Chow Chiu, who seems to have become another person, all came out with me. Sun Baixing said, Boy Yi, didn't you ask why my son Mu was not there? Yi Baiyu sighed. Senior son, you know, my relationship with Sun Mu is not good. Chow Wudi suddenly looked at old Bai and old Jiang, who were in deep thought. Everyone else also looked over, and their gazes were very unfriendly. Old Jiang scolded, What are you looking at? Our Thug Academy has always only produced heavenly talents. Besides, more than 80 people went in, but only 52 came out. This shows that there were not many life and death battles this time. Is it possible? Do you want to blame the deaths of the rest of the people on the Thug Academy? Sun Baixing gritted his teeth and said, Sun Mu and Han Fei are enemies. Old Bai sneered. What? Don't tell me that you're not sure that Sun Mu was killed by Han Fei. Even if he was killed by Han Fei, so what? Only your Sun family can be fierce, but my Thug Academy can't? Sun Baixing, I'm right here. Come and pick one of us. Old Jiang sneered. If you can't kill the two of us, your Sun family will come to an end. Just wait for the endless hunting of my Thug Academy. Sun Baixing's body trembled slightly. Bai Kongyi, Jiang Dakian, do you really think I dare not kill you? Bai Kongyi sneered. It's only been a day or two since your Zhu family joined hands to deal with my Thug Academy. Before, you failed to completely wipe out my Thug Academy. Now you want to do it again. How many families are willing to help you? Old Jiang echoed. You know, among all the big families, only the Sun family had someone die. Why are the other families still alive? Why is your family dead? Sun Baixing's face was cold. Let's wait for everyone to come out. If Mu Er was really killed by Han Fei, let's see if I dare to kill him or not. Old Bai and old Jiang didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. In fact, the two were talking to each other. Old Jiang asked, Did you bring your stuff? It's probably him. According to Han Fei's character, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. He must have killed him. Also, the students of the 7 major sects couldn't have gotten the sea-quelling painting. So it's probably that kid. Old Bai responded, Yes, I did. As long as the 7 major sects don't take action, we can't beat them, but we should be able to save them. Have you prepared the array? Old Jiang scoffed. Do you think I'm like you? I've prepared it. When the time comes, once we fight, you take them and run away. I'll cover you. Old Bai nodded. Don't panic. Maybe things haven't reached that point yet. Do you think I'm not prepared? Will I let what happened more than 30 years ago happen again? Buzz, buzz, buzz. About 3 hours later, dozens of people came out of the channel. Li Hai, Li Bai Zhou, Qin Aochin, and the others were among them. In the underground city, Han Fei was drawing an array in the air. However, the distance of the real teleportation array was still a certain distance from the one junior Uncle Faceless used. The teleportation array, he learned in the ancient 72-floor demon realm, seemed to have a teleportation distance of about 500 kilometers at most. Perhaps after a period of research and improvement, it could be sent far away, but now there wasn't enough time. Han Fei only drew an array at intervals. Although the distance was short, it could avoid most of the trouble, and the speed was still extremely fast. Chow Wudi said lightly, You failed. Chow Tian nodded slightly. Chow Wudi looked at Chow Chiu and sighed slightly. Let's go back. On the other side, Sun Baixing asked, Boy Li, Boy Qin, do you know who killed Sun Mu? Li Hai and Li Bai Zhou froze for a moment and said in unison, Is Sun Mu dead? Qin Aochin shook his head. I didn't meet him. Li Hai said maybe it was Han Fei. He must have gotten the sea-quelling painting. Just as Li Hai said that, Chow Chiu's cold voice sounded leisurely. I killed him. What's the problem? Chapter 962. When Chao Chiu said this, everyone was stunned. Chun Aochin and the Li brothers all looked at Chao Chiu in astonishment. This guy can also kill people? Are you kidding me? However, someone said lightly, Little Chiu Chiu, you've changed. Chao Chiu glanced at Sun Baixing provocatively and said, I killed him and destroyed his body. What can you do to me? Sun Baixing was furious. Chao Chiu, say that again. Chao Chiu chuckled. I killed him. Not only did I kill him, but I also wanted to kill a few people from the other families. However, I didn't meet them. What can you do to me? A big hand reached out to grab Chao Chiu. With a snort, Chao Wuti blew up the big hand with a punch. How dare you kill a member of the Chao family? Sun Baixing said angrily, Chao Wuti, is the Chao family lawless? Everyone listened to what Chao Chiu said. He said that the people from the other families also wanted to kill him. You know what he means, right? Immediately, the powerhouse of the Mo family said lightly, Chao Chiu, you really should give us an explanation. Yi Dongfei said leisurely, Chao Chiu, why are you so stubborn when you were a kid? Yang Erfu said, Chao Wuti, it's mainly because your Chao Chiu is too ruthless now. Chao Chiu sneered, I've awakened the bloodline of the god of war. So what if I kill a few people? Do you dare to kill me? What? The bloodline of the god of war. What do you mean? Chao Wuti looked back at Chao Chiu, but the latter said casually, what's there to hide? Didn't my family let me awaken this bloodline? So what if I don't have the sea quelling painting? Can I expand the sea? Ha ha ha. Old Jiang laughed. Old son, listen. Next time, don't accuse me of anything. Even I want to kill you now. Old Bai sneered. Good. This kid is right. So what if I don't have the sea quelling painting? The bloodline of the god of war doesn't need the opportunity in the sea quelling painting to make a breakthrough. Sun Baixing was furious to the extreme, staring at Chao Chiu. In the end, he chose to swallow his anger. Chao Wuti, take him away. Don't let me see him again. Chao Wuti looked back at Chao Chiu and the other two and said lightly, let's go home. As Chao Wuti waved his hand, Chao Chiu and the other two disappeared from this ancient battlefield. Sun Baixing was terrified. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of Chao Wuti, but the reason why the Chao family could be so domineering was because they had a venerable realm expert. Otherwise, how could Chao Chiu be so arrogant? Chao Tian, who had witnessed the entire process, did not say a word. If his younger brother said he killed it, then he did. It was just Sun Mu. How could the Sun family really fall out with the Chao family? Most importantly, Chao Tian also knew that Chao Chiu had taken the blame for Han Fei, so the relationship between the two had been severed. In the future, they might not necessarily be enemies, but it would be difficult for them to be friends. After a moment of silence, Yi Dongfei suddenly said, even the bloodline awakening of the divine god of battle failed? Who would have the ability to steal the painting? In an instant, everyone looked at Old Bai and Old Jiang. Buzz, buzz, buzz figures emerged from the cave one after another, and Han Fei and the others were among them. Fortunately, Han Fei had used teleportation arrays again and again, avoiding many dangerous places. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to catch up with these people. There were 10 people from the Thug Academy. Yang Xia, who had disappeared for many years, suddenly appeared, which made everyone's eyelids twitch. Sun Baixing had been holding back his anger for a long time. At this time, he directly reached out and grabbed at Han Fei. Han Fei screamed, "Old man, help me!" Old Bai stomped on the seawater and slapped Han Fei and the others toward Old Jiang. Thousand stream array. Crack! Crack! Old Jiang had already prepared the array map. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei and the others disappeared from the ancient battlefield and appeared directly on the sea. However, Old Jiang frowned. Initially, he had wanted to bring the person 100,000 miles away. However, the array was blown up. As soon as they appeared on the sea, all the strong masters in the sky followed. At that moment, Mu Ling shouted, "Dad, stay neutral, stay neutral." The strong master of the Heavenly Sword sect looked at his daughter with a frown and said with a puzzled look, "Don't interfere in the adult's business." Mu Ling said via voice transmission, "Dad, Han Fei is Tang Ji's best brother. Help Han Fei calm Tang go down first. Besides, if Han Fei doesn't die, he will be very close to the Heavenly Sword sect. The Thug Academy may be a help to our Heavenly Sword sect. So, don't take action and stop other sects from taking action." Tang Go also said via voice transmission, "Master, Tang Gu is like my brother. Please don't take action." Mu Tianfang, the current leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, had the strength of a peak-level explorer. Mu Ling was his daughter, and Tang Go was his last disciple. At this moment, after listening to the analysis of Mu Ling, he immediately shouted, "7 sects, stop for the time being." Someone from the Origin returning peak said, "Sect Master Mu, we can have the sea quelling painting, but not the Thug Academy." The strong master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion agreed. "Old Mu, why do you stop them?" The strong master of the Grand Void Academy thought for a moment. Han Fei had caused a lot of trouble in the Level 3 fishery, and many disciples of the Grand Void Academy called him senior brother. However, he didn't hate them. At this moment he smiled and said, "Everyone, let's hear what old Mu has to say." Mu Tianfang immediately said via voice transmission, "Everyone, if the Thug Academy returns, it's not a bad idea to return to the 8 major academies. Don't forget, in some aspects, although there are conflicts among the factions of our academies, the purpose and significance of the establishment of the academies are still the same. Once the Thug Academy returns, there's hope for us too." Mu Tianfang said this mainly for Old Jiang and Old Bai, although his daughter and his beloved disciple were inclined to help Han Fei. However, how could such a big thing be decided by the words of 2 children? As long as Old Jiang and Old Bai agreed, although the opportunity to become a king went to the Thug Academy. After all, the 7 sects had no chance. Why not take the opportunity to invite the Thug Academy into their circle? At that time, not only could they restrain the Thug Academy head-on, but they could also obtain the resources of the Thug Academy and shift the attention of all the big clans to the Thug Academy. It was the best of both worlds. Sun Baixing shouted, "Mu Tianfang, have you forgotten the lesson of the past? The past of the Thug Academy? You almost led to the destruction of the 1,000-star city?" Mu Tianfang smiled and said, "This is one of the conditions. If the Thug Academy returns, it will be supervised by the 7 academies." Bai Kongi shouted coldly, "Impossible! What do you know?" Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. They had heard from Old Bai that the Thug Academy also had a territory in the 1,000-star city. Could it be that the 1,000-star city once had not only 7 academies, but also an 8th academy? Mu Tianfang said, "Mr. Bai, you should know that I am helping you." Bai Kongi shouted, "We can return. However, don't blame us for the destruction of the 1,000-star city. These people are the culprits. Besides, don't even think about those things." Young Erfu shouted, "Do you think you can return to the 1,000-star city whenever you want? Mu Tianfang, the 7 major sects should either stay out of this or crush the Thug Academy. Besides, can you stop the Thug Academy from returning?" The waves covered the sky, and 108 heavens suspending swords appeared. Sun Baixing said bluntly, "If we can crush you once, we can crush you again. Either hand over the sea quelling painting, or we will kill you. As for revenge, we are not afraid of you." Old Jiang's array floated in the air. "Old Sun, do you really think your 108 immortals slaying formations are so powerful? I'm going to kill you today." The 1,000-meter-high waves collapsed, and the 1,000-meter-high array covered the sky. The killing array lit up, the waves fell like a heavenly river, and the serial killing array enveloped Sun Baixing. At the same time, a golden pill appeared in Old Jiang's hand, and he stuffed it directly into his mouth. At that moment, old Zhang's strength soared, his body swelled, and he slapped at Sun Baixing. Huh, divine axe. An axe light appeared between heaven and earth, smashing 2 layers of killing arrays. Young Erfu grinned hideously. Jiang Daqian, aren't you not good at fighting? What, do you want to show off with just the 2 of you? Old Zhang's figure flashed, and he appeared in the air, hundreds of arrays flying around him. I'm more than enough to beat the 2 of you. Sun Baixing shouted, Yi Dongfei Mo Dufei, Li Tongyuan, Zhang Wanjin Qin Xuanba. Let's see who the painting belongs to. After all, it belongs to our big clan. However, it can't fall into the hands of the Thug Academy. Otherwise, with their character, once they rise, our clans will be in danger. Yang Erfu, and I will stop Jiang Daqian. You should know what to do. Mo Dufei took the lead to walk out. That makes sense. I heard from Fian that Han Fei is domineering and vengeful. She almost died several times. The Thug Academy can leave, but Han Fei has to stay. Of course, if you are willing to marry into the Mo family, that's also okay. Han Fei's face suddenly turned black. Bah, Mo Fian, you want my body? Don't even think about it. Mo Fian's face was also black. Han Fei said this in front of so many people, which made her lose face. Damn it. Zhang Wanjin of the Zhang family took a step forward. Han Fei robbed my dragon boat in the level 3 fishery. He's ruthless and must die. Han Fei shouted. Zhang, there are still 6 generations of your family in my hands. If you attack me, don't blame me for killing you. Zhang Wanjin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Han Fei waved his hand, and the phantom of a floating island appeared. Not all those who entered the sea-quelling painting are dead. Many people are still in the painting, all of whom are heavenly talents. They have children in the painting, and all of their children are like dragons. Are you all going to give them up? Zhang Wanjin's eyes narrowed slightly. Let them out. Han Fei sneered. I wanted to let them out, but how can I let you guys go? Qin Xuanba shouted, let them out. I won't make things difficult for you. Chapter 963. Chen Aochen's family didn't like the Thug Academy either. However, they didn't participate in what happened in the past, so they chose not to take sides at this moment. Han Fei smiled and said, I saved the people of the Qin family. Senior, aren't you going to help me? Qin Xuanba said, It's already the greatest help I can give you. Han Fei smiled and said, Then I let them go when this is over. Qin Xuanba was indifferent. Taking Qin Aochen, who was dumbfounded, he stepped through the void and stood 100 kilometers away. Both Yi Dongfei and Li Tongyuan stood out. They were deeply involved in what happened in the past. Sun Baixing had already started fighting, so they had to stand up. In the distant sky, there was a thunderclap. Old Jiang and the 2 explorers fought so hard that the sky changed color and the earth rumbled. Old Bai glanced at the 4 of them. You 4, do you really think I don't have any backup? Li Tongyuan looked at Mu Tianfang and the others. Although you didn't take action at the beginning, you must know the trouble caused by the Thug Academy. Are you going to let them continue to make trouble? Mu Tianfang's face was dark and uncertain. He looked at old Bai and said, Mr. Bai, what I said just now still stands. Tang, Gu, and Mu Ling were protected by the law enforcers of the Heavenly Sword sect, so they could only be anxious at this moment. Especially Tang Gu, his whole body was tense. Mu Ling said, Don't worry. The Thug Academy is not simple. Let's see what happens next. Bai Kongi shook his head slightly. As he stretched out his hand, a black-robed puppet appeared beside him. It was more like a corpse than a puppet. The moment they saw this corpse, the faces of Mo Dufei and the others changed slightly. Yi Dongfei said, I'll do it. Yi Dongfei tore the void in front of him. He and the corpse puppet disappeared into the void one after the other. Zhang Wanjin said, By Kongi, if you can find the corpse of the original body, we'll admit defeat this time. You brought the corpse of a clone. Why? Do you think our big families are so easy to deal with? Rip. The void was suddenly torn apart, and an old man suddenly appeared on the sea. Seeing this old man, Zhang Wanjin frowned. Juin Lai, this matter has nothing to do with your family, right? Why? Does your Juin clan think that it's amazing to have a prodigy from your clan? Juin Lai took a deep look at Han Fei. The power of our clan depends on Little Ling. Han Fei is someone my great-granddaughter likes. It's reasonable for me to help him. Old Bai grinned and said thank you. Juin Lai sighed slightly. I'm not very talented. It's already commendable that I can become an explorer. I can barely block one person. Suddenly he heard Li Tongyuan say with a smile, then let me try out the 9 sounds of heavenly profound 9 sounds of the 9 sounds family. Please. In the field, only Mo Dufei and Zhang Wanjin were left. Zhang Wanjin shouted, those who are watching the show, are you not going to make a move? Hee hee. There was laughter, and Han Fei suddenly found that Yu Shire beside him suddenly disappeared. 1,000 meters away, a sloppy brawny man with a wine gourd in one hand said with a smile, this disciple of mine takes after me. I just want to take a look. There's no need for me to attack. Han Fei's pupils constricted, and he saw 2 more people walking out of the void. However, they didn't approach, but just watched the show and didn't intend to make a move for the time being. He didn't know whether they were enemies or friends. Han Fei didn't panic. He knew that Old Han was also one of the players. Old Han didn't show up for the time being, although Han Fei felt that Old Han was not like what he showed. After all, the sea-quelling painting had taken him to see the situation of Old Han and his mother. At this time, the people of the 7 major sects were unhappy, and a powerhouse from the origin returning peak shouted, since they don't want to return, are we going to give them the cold shoulder? A powerhouse from the Mountain Sea Pavilion snorted coldly. Yes, if we let the Thug Academy do whatever they want, who knows what will happen in the future. Han Fei looked back. The 3 top heavenly talents of the Heavenly Sword sect are in the sea-quelling painting. As long as they don't interfere, I will let them go. As for the other 7 sects, except for the Death Door sect, all have disciples here. Are you sure you want to ignore the safety of your disciples and attack the Thug Academy? Yang Xie suddenly said. A disciple of the Grand Void Academy gave birth to a level 7 spiritual heritage, which is in the painting. A disciple of the Jade Fairy Palace gave birth to a heavenly girl with a level 7 spiritual heritage, which is also in the painting. There are 3 disciples of the Origin Returning Peak who are cultivating with the disciples of the Jade Fairy Palace. Even if the heavenly girl is a disciple of your Origin Returning Peak, you don't want her? As soon as he said this, the faces of the powerhouses of the sects changed. The eyes of the old Taoist from the Grand Void Academy lit up. You mean a disciple of the Grand Void Academy gave birth to a level 7 spiritual heritage? Yang Xie smiled and said, I don't have to deceive you, Senior. The 7 major sects and the Thug Academy don't have a deep grudge against each other. These children call me Uncle, and I also want to release them. The old Taoist from the Grand Void Academy immediately said, Okay, if this is true, the Grand Void Academy will not interfere. But if you lie to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Jade Fairy Palace nodded and said, The Jade Fairy Palace will not participate in this matter. The face of the powerhouse from the Origin Returning Peak changed. The children of the Jade Fairy Palace should belong to the Origin Returning Peak, right? Immediately he said, Okay, but can I have a look at the children of the Origin Returning Peak? Han Fei waved his hand and saw a girl being held by another woman, who was scared of suddenly appearing in a strange place. Mom, water the sea. The woman had no cultivation, so she looked at Yang Xie nervously. Mr. Yang, what's going on? Yang Xie smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Xiaoya, just tell me who your mother is. The woman said, Lin Qingyue. My mother is Lin Qingyue. The powerhouse from the Jade Fairy Palace shouted. What? Qingyue is not dead. The powerhouse from the Origin returning peak tried to keep his tone calm and said with a smile, Girl, who is your father? The little girl hid behind people nervously and said charmingly, Zhou Wuji. The powerhouse from the Origin returning peak exclaimed, What Wuji? Your father is Zhou Wuji? Yang Xie said, Xiaoya, I'll send you back first. We are negotiating. Don't panic. With a thought in Han Fei's mind, the phantom wrapped the two of them and disappeared again. Han Fei looked at the crowd and said, As you all know, those who can compete for the sea-quelling painting are all talented people. Among them, most of them are from the 7 major sections. Do the 7 major sects still want to participate in the war? The old man from the Origin returning peak took a deep look at Han Fei. Okay, the Origin returning peak won't interfere in this matter. But Han Fei, let her out first, and I will take her away immediately. The powerhouse from the Jade Fairy Palace said, That little girl is also a member of the Jade Fairy Palace, right? Why can't I take her away? Children follow their father. If I don't take her away, will the Jade Fairy Palace take her away? The powerhouse from the Jade Fairy Palace said angrily, This is not up to you. Our Jade Fairy Palace insists on taking her away. What can you do? Han Fei smiled and said, Seniors, why are you arguing now? The crisis of the Thug Academy has not been resolved yet. Now, I definitely can't give her to you. After all, we are not familiar with each other. If I give her to you, you will turn against me. Why should I come here? Someone shouted, Boy, don't you trust the credibility of the 7 major sects? Old Bai sneered. Since you want to keep your word, don't come here now. All of a sudden, the Origin returning peak, the Grand Void Academy, the Jade Fairy Palace, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and other sects didn't take action. The Death Door Sect, the Mountain Sea Pavilion, and the Sea Cloud Tower naturally wouldn't take action alone. Giggle! Suddenly there was a burst of laughter. Mo Dufei said, Is this the means of the Thug Academy? Even children have become your tools to threaten people? Old Bai scolded, Don't be so sarcastic. How dare you laugh? You are a poisonous woman. Do you think the Mo family doesn't know about this? Mo Dufei frowned. By Kongi, I dare you to say that again. Old Bai scolded with a smile. What else can the Mo family do except find a man? 2 black dragons of water bombarded Old Bai. Old Bai clapped his hands, and the waves burst, and the tide reached the sky, pouring out. Mo Dufei shouted, Even if they don't take action, don't forget that there are many law enforcers here. Zhang Wanjin, let's work together to suppress this old man. Why do you have to do this? A voice came down leisurely. Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking out of the void. The man looked indifferent. By Kongi, have you ever thought that you have been competing for the sea-quelling painting? But are you qualified? You screwed up the first 2 times, and you still want to play this time? The sea-quelling painting can belong to anyone but you. You said you would take revenge on the 1,000-star city. Let me ask you, what ability do you have to take revenge? Old Bai's face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. The Chu sect. Han Fei and the others wondered, what the hell is the Chu sect? Are there so many big clans in the 1,000-star city? Xue Xinqi, who had been silent, said, Since the Chu sect wants to compete for the painting, why do you show up now? The man smiled disdainfully. So many people can't even deal with the Thug Academy. Who else can do it? Call some repulsive and declining family over? The Chu sect disdains to compete for the painting. However, they didn't say that the sea-quelling painting could fall into the hands of these people from the Thug Academy. With that said, the man glanced at Han Fei. Your name is Han Fei, right? Hand over the sea-quelling painting, and I can spare your life. By Kongi cursed. Chu Nanfeng, are you threatening the Thug Academy? The middle-aged man called Chu Nanfeng smiled contemptuously. Yes, I am. So what? You're a good seedling if you can get the sea-quelling painting. Don't be killed by me. Isn't it a loss for the Thug Academy? Seeing that Chu Nanfeng was very domineering, Han Fei immediately cursed. Old turtle, do you want to kill me? Believe it or not, I'll tear down your Chu sect in the future. Chu Nanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, do you want to die? Han Fei said, come on. Chu Nanfeng took a step down, and the void shook. Suddenly a voice sounded. I didn't expect that a small fry like you has become so domineering. The void shook, and someone came from the sea with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the long wind. The man seemed to travel 1,000 miles with a single step. He walked on the waves and appeared in front of everyone. I heard that you want to touch my son? Chapter 964. The battles in all directions seemed to have stopped. Countless eyes fell on the elegant, middle-aged man on the sea. Chu Nanfeng's face was extremely ugly, and he said word by word, Han, Guan, Shu. As soon as this name came out, the void shook, and the group of guys who were fighting just now came out of the void one after another, looking stunned. Zhang Wanjin exclaimed, You're not dead! Old Han tilted his head, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds. He curled his lips and smiled. Do I look like a person who will die so easily? Zhang Zibao, even you dare to have designs on my son now? Did your old man come back to life, or do you have too much oil in your stomach? Do you need me to scrape it for you? Han Fei looked embarrassed, and everyone looked at him. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. Fei Fei, you're not honest. Didn't you say you came from the countryside? Lu Renquang also said with a trembling face, You're not only dishonest, but also you've cheated our feelings. Even old Bai looked at Han Fei deeply, speechless. Han Fei coughed. Well, it's not what you think. Han Fei immediately waved his hand and said, Old Han, these be asterisk stars are threatening me, and the one up there wants to kill me. Tell me what to do. Didn't you boast about your strength before? On the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, Tang Gu said in shock, My foster father? Mu Tianfeng widened his eyes and looked at Tang Gu. Who did you say? He is your foster father? Mu Ling grabbed Tang Ji's arm with both hands and narrowed her eyes. It seemed that she had a good eye. Han Guanshu looked back at Tang Gu gently and nodded. Then Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei again and said, If you're threatened, then beat him until he doesn't even have the courage to threaten you. With that, Han Guanshu looked at the void in the distance and said, Come out. I wanted to see who would come, but I didn't. I didn't expect you to be so calm. Everyone was stunned. Someone else? Another person walked out of the clouds, dressed in white, looking cold, and nodding slightly to Han Guanshu. Mo Du Fei frowned. Luo Tianhe? Beside Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai looked indifferent. Father, Luo Tianhe said faintly, Since the main character is here, I have nothing to do with it. In addition to Luo Tianhe, there were 6 other explorers, but their faces were all dark at the moment. It seemed that they were not on their side. Now that they saw Han Guanshu, they didn't dare to act rashly. Han Guanshu grinned. Wait a moment. Help me look after my child. I haven't fought for many years, so I'm going to stretch my muscles today. While talking and laughing, Han Guanshu disappeared. In the void, Chu Nanfeng retreated rapidly. But who would have thought? A golden dragon image appeared in the sky, opening its mouth and swallowing the heavens. In fact, they couldn't see anything clearly except for the golden light in the sky. Bang! Someone crashed through the surface of the sea. Just the waves alone were more than 300 feet tall. The surface of the sea caved in by more than 500 meters. The terrifying power sent everyone and everything within 100 meters flying. If it weren't for old Bai's protection, Han Fei and the others would have been blown away. The waves on the sea hadn't stopped yet. Above the sky, 7 or 8 strings of golden halos soared into the sky like firecrackers. Every time the halos flashed, it was like a thunderclap. On the other side, Zhang Wanjin just wanted to retreat, but his body was directly bent like a shrimp. He was punched thousands of miles away. His chest burst and he disappeared. Emo Dufei also wanted to retreat. She slapped her dragon tail and turned into a star in the sky. Yang Erfu felt something was wrong. He waved his double axes in the sky, and a big hand stretched out from the void and caught the giant axes. Then his twin axes shattered, his arms directly torn apart, broken at the base, blood dripping everywhere. Yi Dongfei sped away, still wanting to escape. In the end, the void was locked and a palm slapped down, causing him to roll on the surface of the sea, bouncing off the surface of the water. His face was smacked into a bloody mess. Li Tongyuan cursed and tore a crack in the void, trying to escape, but the golden dragon turned around and swallowed him in one gulp. When he was spat out, most of his skin and flesh had disappeared, and he almost became a skeleton. As for Sun Baisheng, Old Han paid special attention to him because he shouted so fiercely just now. He stomped his big foot in the air and kicked hundreds of times in a row. The surface of the sea was stomped to the bottom. At this moment, he was lying in the mud at the bottom of the sea, and most of his bones were broken. He looked like a puddle of mud. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard everywhere. Even Han Fei himself was swallowing saliva. The group of explorers who had been hiding earlier were all silent and did not move. Their hearts were already filled with disgust and fear. Is this the power of AF * King Venerable? A group of explorers, including the peak-level explorers, were like iron-head fish beaten to a pulp, without the slightest power to fight back. F * CK, is he really that powerful? Explorers? Chopping melons and vegetables, but all of them were killed in one blow. Boom! There seemed to be a thunderclap, and a voice sounded in the void. Han Guanshu, have you returned to the venerable realm? Han Guanshu's figure reappeared on the sea. He was still in the same position, still with his hands behind his back, looking up at the empty sky. You should know that this day will come. Old Han's body moved slightly, and then a terrifying explosion broke out in the sky. The clouds dissipated, and within 100 kilometers, it suddenly became dark. A pitch-black hole appeared in the sky, and an invisible attack shook in all directions. Old Han chuckled. You said that the Thug Academy can't take revenge on the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. Why don't you take a look at me? From today on, if any big clan interferes and dares to touch a hair of my son, I will destroy them. Even if I can't destroy you venerables, I can destroy these scums. There was silence in the sky. On the distant sea, Chunan Feng was dripping with blood. His lower body had been smashed and was rapidly regrowing. At this moment, he was staring at this side. Han Guanshu chuckled. Southern Chao, Northern Chu. Is this all the Chu sect can do now? In the sky, the voice sounded again. Han Guanshu, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Can you protect the Thug Academy? Han Guanshu smiled coldly. I'm protecting my son and the Thug Academy. You can have a try. Let's see if I can or can't protect them. This is the price. I wonder if you can afford it? Han Fei put his hand aside and sighed. Old Han is a venerable. He had always thought that Old Han was an explorer at most, but he was a venerable. Why did he panic when he suddenly had a venerable for a father? Wait, if Old Han is a venerable, why didn't Chen Huangjin take action when he came? Wow, is he really my father? Han Fei absolutely didn't believe that Old Han didn't know what happened to him at that time. No matter how big the problem was, he could have solved it with his fingers. In fact, I could have been saved at that time. The voice in the sky was silent for a while, and then a voice echoed in the sky, Disperse! For a moment, the faces of those who came to grab the painting turned red, and their faces were extremely dark. In such an unexpected situation, it was really not something they could get involved in, so they could only leave one after another. Only then did they know that there was such a big shot behind Han Fei, although they had guessed that even if Han Guangchu was not dead, he would be seriously injured. But how did he suddenly become a venerable again? Fortunately, Han Guangchu didn't completely offend them. Otherwise, these people who came today might not have been able to walk out of this sea area. Even Chu Nanfeng of the Chu sect, who had the strength of a peak-level explorer, was easily beaten to death by Han Fei. They were a group of explorers who were still far from the peak. How could they be crushed to death before they could even reach out their hands? They really couldn't afford to offend Han Guangchu. It was precisely because of the large number of children in the family and the number of heavenly talents in the family that the big families could establish themselves in the Thousand-Star City. If a venerable launched a sneak attack, it was entirely possible that the whole family would be wiped out. No family was willing to pay this price. When the sea calmed down, some law enforcers brought out a large group of people from the ancient battlefield. Xue Shinqi signaled them to take them back to the Scattered Stars Island. Xue Shinqi said, Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan, Wang Dashuai, Bai Lu, you must go back to the Scattered Stars Island to become law enforcers. You can go back by yourselves later. Xue Shinqi said and left. He didn't want to care about these messy things. His responsibility was to deal with the sea demons, not the sea-quelling painting. Luo Tianhe cupped his hands to Bai Congyi. Mr. Bai, please take care of Xiao Bai. Bai Congyi nodded. No problem. With that, Luo Tianhe took a step out and disappeared. Zhou Lai was a little embarrassed at the moment. He really just came to help his granddaughter sweetheart, which was related to Zhou Ling's future achievements. Of course, he couldn't watch Han Fei be killed by others. But who would have thought that? Han Fei's background was so powerful. Supremacy father was ridiculously strong. Zhou Lai even wondered if he should prepare more dowries in the future. If he didn't prepare enough, he probably wouldn't like it. But his family seemed to be quite poor. It seemed that he couldn't afford any dowries. Han Guangchu smiled faintly and said, Senior Zhou, let the juniors deal with their own affairs. It's better if we don't interfere. Zhou Lai nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. In that case, I'll leave first. In the future, let the children come to our home to play. After saying that, Zhou Lai left. I have to talk to Zhou Ling later. This man is really a good choice. I have to keep him. The people of the 7 major sects hadn't left yet. They were all waiting for Han Fei to let them go. Some people from the big clans hadn't left either, waiting for Han Fei to let them go. Han Guangchu glanced at those people. Remember to go back and tell your family that everyone owes my son a favor. If it's not clear, I don't mind helping you. Those law enforcers were horrified. This time, they owed Han Fei a big favor. They didn't even want the descendants of their clans anymore. However, how dare they disobey the Venerable's words? With a thought from Han Fei, the phantom of an earth appeared. Thousands of people stood on the surface of the sea. The seawater supported them and prevented those ordinary people from falling. Ah, Master. Master? Unfilial disciple greets Master. Mom. The sea. Greetings, Grandmaster. In a panic, many ordinary people were dumbfounded when they saw the current environment. Some people were nervous, and the children were too scared to even speak. Besides, they all stared at the surface of the water, feeling that they couldn't fall. It was amazing. The powerhouse from the Grand Void Academy laughed and said, It's good that you're back. Which one is the Qilin of the Grand Void Academy? Let me see him. On the other side, the Origin Returning Peak and the Jade Fairy Palace gathered together. Because Han Guangchu was there, the two sides didn't quarrel. They seemed to be competing for the heavenly girl. Whoever wanted to take her away would be compensated. Otherwise, who would be so stupid? Mu Tianfang saw the 3 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, but the 3 of them looked dull. Although they greeted him politely, They didn't seem to have any feelings for each other. Han Fei said, "There are strange laws in the sea-quelling painting, one of which is called grand indifference. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect walked past that law, so they became like this." Mu Tianfeng took a slight breath and then nodded. In fact, the 7 major sects were also glad that they didn't attack Han Fei just now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. When these people in the sea-quelling painting were greeting each other, Tang Ge and Mu Ling also came to Han Fei's side. Mu Ling was a little nervous and said nervously, "Greetings, Uncle Han." Han Fei Shu smiled faintly. "Not bad. Tang Ge is blessed to be favored by you." Han Fei was staring at him. "Your other daughter-in-law has been snatched away." Ignoring Han Fei's gaze, Han Guanshu looked at old Bai and old Jiang and said, "I'll take these 2 brothers to have a talk." Then, with a swish, Han Fei and Tang Ge disappeared from the sea. Chapter 965. In a broken secret realm. There was a chair with a hot pot on it, and Han Fei and his sons were eating around the table. Before Han Guanshu spoke, Han Fei asked, "Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about your daughter-in-law first. You are a venerable. Why didn't you save your daughter-in-law?" Han Guanshu gently picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth, praising, "Xia Xiaochan's identity has always been extraordinary. Xia Xiaochan's identity has always been extraordinary. It's not good for her to stay here. The 1,000-star city doesn't have the space for her to grow." Han Fei was helpless. "Okay, that's a good explanation. What if I was killed?" Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei with a smile. "Dead." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Is this also part of your plan?" Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. "I am not omniscient and omnipotent. There are some things that I can't predict. But I can predict that you are not destined to die. At least it was a crisis, but it couldn't kill you." Han Fei was speechless. How wise was he? Tang Ge asked in surprise. "Father, what are you talking about? What happened to Han Fei?" Han Guanshu smiled and said nothing. "Tang Ge, thank you for your hard work during the years I was away." Tang Ge shook his head. "Father, Han Fei and I are brothers." Han Guanshu smiled and said, "Well, very good. Since you have joined the Heavenly Sword sect, I think Mu Ling is also a good girl. When I go back, I will propose to Mu Tianfeng." "Huh." Tang Ge blushed. "Propose? How old is he? Proposing marriage just like that?" Han Fei also looked at Han Guanshu in a daze, but then he thought of something. "No, this matter is definitely not so simple. Cultivators have a long life, and now is the critical period of cultivation and growth. Besides, it's more like a proposal in 10 years. Why now?" The scene with old Han appeared in Han Fei's mind. He had a feeling that something was wrong. However, if Tang Ge and Mu Ling got married and cultivated together, it would also be a good thing. At least Tang Ge could live a much more comfortable life than he did. Han Fei thought that it would be difficult for him to propose a marriage. Maybe he would be slapped to death and thrown out of the house. Han Fei said, "Let's do it. Anyway, it will happen sooner or later." But old Han, did it mean that the matter in the 1,000-star city was over? Then can I go to the 1,000-star city in the future? Han Guanshu nodded. "I have to go, but I need to lay low for a year." "Why?" Han Guanshu said lightly, "A venerable can't completely scare them. Not only are you going to the 1,000-star city, but the Thug Academy will also choose to return. Before you show your fangs, the people in the 1,000-star city won't target you too much because of my strength." Han Fei keenly sensed something and frowned. "What do you mean by baring your fangs?" Han Guanshu said, "In any era and in any group, what the higher-ups value is often interests. You've got the sea-quelling painting and the opportunity to become one. They won't allow you to develop and grow stronger in any way. Think about it. If you become a king, what will happen?" Han Fei frowned. "King Cheng? If I succeed, I'll become the Nine Earth Immortal Master. The entire territory within 8 million kilometers will be mine. Thinking of this, Han Fei took a deep breath. Yes, there were no king-level masters in the Thousand-Star City. At this time, the big families were all bosses, and whoever was the strongest had more say. And once he became a king, these big families would consider that he was their master. They would think about whether their families would be punished, whether their rights would be deprived, and everything they had would be controlled. Even if he was a member of these big families, he would probably have the same thought. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei with a smile. Have you thought of that? Han Fei frowned. So they are likely to send a strong master to kill me at any time? Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. With me here, they won't dare to do so for the time being. Even if a venerable tries to kill you in person, I will find out. However, this is only temporary until you become an explorer. Han Fei grinned. If the strong don't take action, what can they do to me? Han Guanshu said, they will give you some power. Han Fei was stunned. What? Han Guanshu said, maybe they will give you some of their full power, which is why I think the Thug Academy will return. What's the use of giving me power? Han Guanshu said, there are still many unsolved mysteries in this sea area. For example, the 10,000 Demon Valley is still here. If you can become a king, won't you solve the problem of the 10,000 Demon Valley? Although they can't kill you, they will give you a lot of suffering. I won't intervene in this. Han Fei took a breath. Would those people really be so insidious? Although the 10,000 Demon Valley was destroyed this time, there are still countless sea demons. The world on the other side of the 10,000 Demon Valley was also a territory that human beings couldn't explore. Han Fei knew that there were still many dangers there. Besides, there was still the mysterious King City. Han Fei said lightly, what about after I become an explorer? Han Guanshu shook his head. You can't become an explorer here. Han Fei asked in surprise, why? Han Guanshu said leisurely, to become an explorer, you need to withstand a terrifying lightning tribulation. In this territory, you have become a target for everyone, and you can't hide from them. At that time, even I can't guarantee that you can survive the lightning tribulation. They don't even need to kill you. They only need to disrupt your tribulation. They will cut off your path, but they won't kill you. Do you think I can completely fall out with them? Han Fei took a deep breath. What a cunning plan. Tang Ji's face was dark. Shameless. Han Guanshu glanced at Tang Go and said, including you, now that you are related to me, they won't let you become an explorer, so you should propose marriage as soon as possible. Han Fei immediately slapped his thigh. I knew it. Once Tang Go and Mu Ling dual cultivate, Tang Go will completely be a member of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The 7 major sects are on the same side, and the Heavenly Sword Sect is the leader of the 7 major sects, so those people will have scruples and won't stop you. Han Guanshu nodded slightly. Not bad. You're smart. Tang Ji's face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. Those big clans have dominated the Thousand-Star City for too long. Han Feishu smiled. Gu-er! From today on, before Han Fei becomes an explorer and returns, you'd better not have too much contact with each other. Tang Gu immediately asked, Father, where's Han Fei going? Han Guanshu said with a smile, It's not about where I'm going now, but where I'm going in the future. Han Guanshu had finished what Tang Gu wanted to say, so he said, I'll send you back first. Tell Mu Tianfeng to wait for a while. Tang Gu knew that after he left, he would have less contact with Han Fei in the future. He had to find a way to become an explorer under the protection of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Okay. Han Guanshu waved his hand, and Tang Gu disappeared. On the sea, Mu Tianfeng didn't leave. The other major sects were all thinking about whether to leave or not. Suddenly, Tang Gu abruptly appeared on the sea. Mu Tianfeng said with a smile, How did it go? What did you talk about? Tang blushed slightly. Master, father said he had something to say to you later. Oh. Mu Tianfang was a little surprised. Why did Han Guanshu want to talk to him? They didn't seem to have any relationship. Mu Ling blushed and widened her eyes. She knew Tang better than her father, so when she saw Tang blush, she seemed to guess something and was a little nervous. In the secret realm, Han Fei looked at old Han and asked, "Why did you send Tang? Go away." Han Guanshu smiled and said, "Don't you have anything to ask?" Han Fei glanced at him. "Can you answer my questions?" Han Fei immediately said, "You said that the breakthrough explorer can't be made here. Do you mean to go to the other side through the demon plant forest?" Han Guanshu nodded. Han Fei said, "The other side is the Waterwood Heaven? That is the Waterwood Fairy Palace?" Han Feishu smiled and nodded again. Han Fei took a breath. Old Han really knew about the Fairy Palace. Then he suddenly changed the topic. "How did my mother die?" Han Feishu paused slightly. "It turned out to be you." "Huh." Han Guanshu said, "Didn't you see it?" Han Fei's eyes widened. "How did old Han know?" Han Guanshu said, "Because that place is not open to everyone. When I raised the knife, I was hesitating and guessing who you were. In addition to me and her, you were the only one." Han Fei felt his blood freeze. How did he guess it? Han Fei asked then, "Why did you kill her? Why did she kill me?" Han Guanshu was puzzled for a moment. "Oh, it seems that you didn't see everything. What do you mean?" Han Guanshu chuckled. "Who said that she wanted to kill you? Who said that I killed her?" Han Fei was speechless. "I saw it all. Your knife." Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. "Well, I'll tell you the answer in the future. Since you don't know it yet, don't know it now. It will affect your state of mind." Han Fei looked at old Han speechlessly. "Don't keep me in suspense. Why don't you just tell me directly?" Han Guanshu shook his head. "Let's talk about it in the future." Han Fei was frustrated. "Then you can tell me who she is, right?" This time Han Guanshu said in surprise, "You don't know who she is?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Why do you look like I should know? Should I know?" Han Guanshu quickly recovered. "Then I can't tell you." "Okay, enough chit-chat. Let me tell you another thing. Your Thug Academy is facing a great tribulation. If you participate in it, you will also suffer a great tribulation. If you don't participate in it and stay out of it, you will be safe." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? Can't you help me?" Han Guanshu shook his head. "I can't help just because I've calculated everything. You have to know that changing the direction of one thing may change the direction of countless things. What's more, the outcome of this great calamity is mixed." Chapter 966. Above the Sea. Han Guanshu suddenly appeared with Han Fei, and the two of them walked directly to the Heavenly Sword sect. Mu Tianfang was confused. "What does this mean?" Han Guanshu saluted and said, "Brother Mu, I have something to discuss with you." Mu Tianfang's heart did a flip. How could he refuse a venerable who lowered his status and called him brother? Mu Tianfang immediately became serious. "Brother Han, please go ahead." Han Guanshu smiled faintly and said, "Brother Mu, thanks to your hard training, my son Tang Gu can show his talent. I must thank you in person." Mu Tian was relieved to hear that. "I thought you were going to put Han Fei, the hot potato, on my side as well. I was scared to death." Mu Tianfang immediately said politely, "Gu-er is talented and resolute. He is really a rare genius in 100 years. If it weren't for Brother Han, how could my Heavenly Sword sect have such a great talent?" Han Guanshu chuckled. "Well, Brother Mu, I think my son and your daughter are in love, and I'm elusive and hard to find. Today, I have this opportunity to propose marriage to Brother Mu." With that, Han Guanshu took out a pair of silver bracelets carved with dragons and phoenixes and said, Although this sun-moon concentric ring has no special attack means, it is comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure when combined, and even better than an ultra-quality divine weapon when separated. Its defensive means are not bad. How about it as a betrothal gift? Mu Ling was stunned. She was only 18 years old. She had never seen such a scene before. Not to mention Mu Ling. Even Mu Tianfeng himself was stunned. F***CK. Using a sea-quelling bizarre treasure as a betrothal gift? How rich. Even Han Fei was stunned. F***CK. Good stuff. Why don't I have this thing? Before Mu Tianfeng spoke, Han Guanshu waved his hand, and a dark weapon, halberd, appeared in his hand. He looked at Tango with a smile and said, "You've grown up. You should at least have a decent weapon in your hand. I got this halberd by chance. It is an ultra-quality divine weapon and quite rare. Remember to use it to protect the people you should protect." After that, Han Guanshu threw the halberd to Tango. The latter's head was humming, and he was so moved that he could only say, "Foster father." Han Fei's head buzzed as he watched from the side. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure and an ultra-quality divine weapon. Old Han is really rich. Han Guanshu smiled at Mu Tianfeng and said, "Brother Mu, what do you think of my suggestion?" In fact, even if Han Guanshu didn't say it, Mu Tianfeng actually had such a plan. A disciple was not as good as a parent. Tango was talented and focused, and the marriage between him and Mu Ling was expected. Now that Han Guanshu was so generous, he must have done more than that. He also wanted to make friends with the 7 major sects and make them turn a blind eye to certain things in the future. However, Mu Tianfeng thought that once he became in-laws with Han Guanshu, no one would be able to shake the status of the Heavenly Sword sect. There would be a venerable in the sect, and the in-laws would also be a venerable, with 2 venerables who would dare to underestimate them. All right. Mu Tianfeng immediately agreed. "Brother Han, to tell you the truth, I have long regarded Go as my son. Since Brother Han is willing to marry me, I can't be happier. How about this? When the 2 of them are the guardians of the Scattered Stars Island, I will personally preside over the wedding. Brother Mu, please come." Han Guanshu smiled and said, "I may not be able to go. Brother Mu, I have a lot of enemies. It won't be nice if I go." Although Han Fei and Tango were not biological brothers, they were closer than biological brothers. When the time came, Han Fei could go. But unfortunately, I don't know when I can hear my daughter-in-law call me that. Alas! Mu Ling's eyes lit up. "Foster father." "Ha ha ha. Good, good, good." With that, Han Guanshu stuffed the sun-moon concentric bracelet into Mu Ling's hand. "Very good, very good." On the other side, Han Guanshu and Mu Tianfeng got along well and even became in-laws. The other 6 major sects were all stunned. So they're in-laws? The status of the Heavenly Sword sect is unshakable in the future. Why didn't you like the girl of the Jade Fairy Palace? Immediately, the powerhouse of the Jade Fairy Palace whispered, "Yuehan, what do you think of Han Fei?" Huh. Gong Yuehan was dumbfounded and didn't know how to answer. She was speechless. "Master, he is a venerable." "Alas! Are you sure he can't hear your voice transmission?" In fact, Han Guanshu had an imperceptible smile on his face. "Do you think I don't know that you deliberately said that to me? But do you really think it's so easy to become my daughter-in-law? Love and love will hinder my son's cultivation. I'll keep Han Fei away from the Jade Fairy Palace in the future." On the other side, Han Guanshu and Mu Tianfeng chatted for a while, and when Tang Ji's face turned red, they finally said goodbye. Seeing the people of the 7 major sects go away, Han Fei looked at Han Guanshu with an unkind expression. "Don't you have anything for me?" Han Guanshu handed over a jade slip and smiled faintly. "I left you the most things. Don't be ungrateful." Han Fei thought to himself, "What did you leave for me?" "Well, the sea-quelling painting should be related to you." "Forget it, I don't lack it." "There's no need to be so shameless." But when he scanned it with his mind, he found that it was the 6th level of the true spirit fishing art, which made him overjoyed. When only the people of the Thug Academy were left here, Han Guanshu officially met with Old Jiang and Old Bai. Old Jiang said, "Although I have long felt that there was a strong master in the Heavenly Water Village, I didn't expect it to be a venerable." Han Fei smiled gently. "My son is naughty. Thank you for taking care of him, Mr. Jiang." Old Jiang muttered, "He is very naughty." Han Guanshu pretended not to hear him and said with a smile, "Han Fei will be a student of the Thug Academy for life. This is my promise." Old Bai said leisurely, "Where are you going?" Han Guanshu said lightly, "If I disappear, I will be a knife hanging over their heads." Old Bai nodded. That was true. A venerable was strong, but a venerable who was exposed all the time was not so powerful. He understood this. Han Fei was winking at the 3 of them. Zhang Xuanyu didn't understand what he meant, and Luren Kuang was also dumbfounded. "Your dad is here. Why can't you just say it?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Hello, Uncle Han. It's our first time meeting. Do you have a gift?" Han Fei almost burst into tears. "You 2 idiots can't even understand this? Why do you have to ask Luo Xiaobai to say it? Don't you know what Luo Xiaobai is like? She is straightforward and doesn't beat around the bush." Han Guanshu chuckled and glanced at Han Fei. Sly. But Han Guanshu didn't mind. He said with a smile, "I know that your team is very close, and I happen to have some opportunities for you." With that, Han Guanshu pointed a few times in the air, and golden light sank into the foreheads of the 3 of them. The next moment, the 3 of them fell into a special situation. Then Han Guanshu looked at Old Bai and Old Jiang seriously and said, "The Thug Academy is going to have a disaster. I can help you, but it may be better if I don't. What do you think?" Old Bai said, "So the Thug Academy won't be destroyed?" Han Guanshu nodded, slightly to confirm. "Besides, isn't this nonsense? If my son doesn't die, how can the Thug Academy be destroyed?" Old Bai and Old Jiang looked at each other and smiled. "Then we won't help." Han Fei felt that things might not be so simple. Since it was a disaster, there must be a big crisis. As for the benefits that old Han mentioned, it might be because of him, but he wasn't sure, so he didn't know what to say. Han Guanshu glanced at Han Fei. "You know, with me here, your situation will be even more difficult, and you can't slack off at all. So don't be greedy. You haven't become a king yet." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Okay, I got it. Aren't you going to leave? Go and be merry by yourself. I know what I'm doing." Han Guanshu, shaking his head slightly, Han Guanshu bowed to Old Jiang and Old Bai. "Goodbye." Swish! Han Guanshu left and disappeared after a while. Han Fei estimated that Han Guanshu wouldn't return to the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. He was probably waiting for him there. Now, the dispute over the sea-quelling painting had come to an end. Although the danger was still there, at least a special balance had been maintained. As for how to go to the territory of the Waterwood Heaven, he could only wait for the little green vines in the demonic forest channel to be full, and wait for the leafless tree to grow leaves on its trunk. The leafless tree said that it might take 5 to 10 years, which meant that he couldn't become an explorer for at least these years. Even if he became a law enforcer, he had to wait for an opportunity. Han Fei had no doubt that once he chose to make a breakthrough in the Yin-Yang Heaven, the consequences would be severe. Han Fei immediately asked, "Old Jiang, President, what should we do now?" Old Bai said lightly, "What can we do? It hasn't been 4 years yet. Continue to stay on the Scattered Stars Island. You've experienced a lot. It's not a good thing to grow too fast. Stay here. If you've waited enough, go climb the sky ladder." Climb the sky ladder. Only then did Han Fei remember that in the sky outside the Scattered Stars Island, there was a sky ladder that could lead directly to the 1,000-star city. Anyway, did Old Bai and the others still choose to go back? Old Jiang said lightly, Okay, brat, this time it's old Bai's turn to stay on the Scattered Stars Island. Except for Wang Dashuai and the others, Shaoqin, Yangxie, and Jiang Chao, go back to the Blue Sea Town with me. By the way, Han Fei, give me the Heaven Heart Lotus Seed. I'll give it to you when it's refined into a pill. One day later, on the Wind God boat, Luo Xiaobai and the other two woke up in a daze. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei, where are we? Chapter 9, 67. Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai woke up one after another. At this moment, the few of them were dumbfounded. Then, their faces turned to shock. Zhang Xuanyu roared, Han Fei, your father gave me a bunch of stick techniques. Hiss. No, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. I'm too inspired. Lu Renquang said delightedly, Uncle Han gave me a set of knife techniques. What a powerful knife technique. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion too. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai indifferently. Luo Xiaobai said, Uncle Han showed me a lot of manipulators' battles, but he didn't give me any inheritance. Han Fei nodded lazily. I don't think he knows any, so he can only show you the pictures. Zhang Xuanyu said happily, Hey, Fei, Uncle Han is gone? Don't be sad. He's gone. He can protect you better. Don't panic. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Why should I panic? I just feel that I don't have any pursuit anymore. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Why don't you have any goals? Han Fei spread out his hands. Then what do you think I should do now? The Scattered Stars Island is probably going to go to the sea to look for secret realms. Luo Xiaobai said, Go back and settle down for a while. You've gained a lot here. You should have a lot of weapons on you, which can be exchanged for a lot of resources. Han Fei thought about it and realized that it made sense. He did have a lot of resources, which could be exchanged for spiritual energy fruits. No matter what happened in the future, he definitely needed resources. He had to get at least 1 billion points of spiritual energy first. Apart from spiritual energy, high-quality pearls were meaningless. He needed some credit points, but he still had 8 million, which was enough to buy a lot of things. Han Fei was refreshed. Okay, let's settle down for a few months first. The Empyrean Waterfall. As soon as Han Fei arrived home, he found that a large group of people had gathered at his door. The sky was full of people. On his roof, in his yard, and above the Empyrean Waterfall, strong masters were gathered. Lu Renquang sighed. Fei, did these people come to pick a fight with you because you got the sea-quelling painting? Luo Xiaobai said, Many people in the Empyrean Waterfall want to become a law enforcer. Seeing Han Fei come back, many people looked at him strangely and enviously, thinking if this guy doesn't die, he may become a real king in the future. Although this was not absolute, no one was stupid. The sea-quelling bizarre treasure was so rare. It would be strange if it didn't have any benefits. How long had it been since Han Fei became a hidden fisher? He had already become an advanced hidden fisher. Besides, since Han Fei had walked through the boneyard, it meant that Han Fei had found the way. The barrier to becoming a law enforcer could be ignored. As long as he cultivated normally, breaking through to become a law enforcer was inevitable. Meow. With a swish, Big Yellow pounced at Han Fei. Meow, Han Fei, give my friend back to me. I just met a new friend, and you chased me out. Holding Big Yellow, Han Fei said, Don't panic. There are so many people here. When everyone disperses, I'll release your little friend. Li Luo waved and said, Han Fei, I don't need your help anymore. I can become a law enforcer now. Han Fei forced a smile. Congratulations. Granny Een yelled, Big Yellow, what are you doing? Come down. Meow. Qing Chen slipped to Han Fei's side and looked at Han Fei with a strange look. Amazing. You're back? Ning Jingyao sighed. It's a pity. This time, I didn't even see the Mist of 9 Sounds. Yui sighed. However, it's not all for naught. At least you can become a law enforcer now. The group of people started talking at once. Chu Linyuan and the others hadn't arrived yet. They came back at the same time as Han Fei, but on a different fishing boat, and their fishing boat was slightly slower. At this moment, while dealing with the crowd, Han Fei looked at Wu Ming, who was standing on the Empyrean waterfall, and was a little surprised. Wu Ming is the first. Old man Yi Qingfeng held a centipede and said lightly, 3 people have become law enforcers, and old man Nangong Xian is the first. It will take at least 3 days for these people to all make the breakthrough. As he spoke, a spiritual energy vortex formed. The void shook, and there was a faint roar as if the law had descended. After a full hour, Wu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and sword light darted out. Law enforcer, sword soul. Behind Wu Ming, a phantom long sword appeared, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Ning Jingyao roared, Wu Ming, what is this law? Wu Ming said lightly, it condenses a wisp of sword soul between heaven and earth, a sword of law. Wu Ming just explained lightly and didn't show it. Amidst the congratulatory words, he nodded slightly and went back into seclusion. Ning Jingyao couldn't wait to rush over. Me next, I'll do it. Han Fei and the other 3 looked at each other. Are law enforcers so casual nowadays? Do they have to fight for the position first? Lu Renquang sighed. I think I'd better go back and cultivate in seclusion. I feel that I'm not strong enough now. Han Fei was lost for words. You can just cultivate in seclusion here. Alas, forget it. I'm not in a hurry. I still have a lot of resources to exchange. 3 days later, when the last person successfully became a law enforcer, a large number of people in the Empyrean waterfall suddenly disappeared. Some people were transferred away to guard various places and replenish their strength. After Han Fei released the 2 cat creatures, he finally got a quiet yard. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting at home, counting the spoils of war. 3,564 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, which doesn't seem to be a lot. 301 semi-divine weapons, most of which were robbed. 23 low-quality divine weapons, which are a windfall. 3 mid-quality divine weapons, which were taken from the 3 corpses in the Sounding Snake Mine. 2 ultra-quality divine weapons, the Cosmic Sword and Sun Mu's Sword. Plus what I got from the Snake Cave, I have a total of 840,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid left. The spiritual spring I robbed and the rest I have is 140,000 caddies, which is equivalent to 140 million points of spiritual energy. Plus the black bead, I have 340 million points of spiritual energy. 8 million credit points, and Lu Renquang took 5 million to get resources. As for the messy spiritual plants he obtained in the underground city, it was purely Han Fei's hobby. Han Fei was also trying to preserve the species. Of course, it was mainly for food, so it didn't count. However, seeing so many things, Han Fei was a little depressed. What should I do? Sometimes there were too many things, and he didn't know what to do. Whatever, let's go to the market first. Refining Hall. Of course. Han Fei came here not for refining, but to sell weapons. In the shopping guide's office, as soon as Han Fei appeared, a group of girls immediately surrounded him. One of the girls was the fastest. With a swoosh, she appeared in front of Han Fei. Master Han Fei, are you going to make a big move this time? Han Fei grinned and said, Haha, you've noticed it already? The girl's eyes narrowed with a smile. Of course, Master Han Fei always makes a big move every time you come here. Han Fei pondered for a while. Is it not enough for you alone? Han Fei directly leaned against the shopping guide's office, greeting a group of shopping guides. Everyone, to tell you the truth, I have a large number of materials for sale. There are ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons. You can help me guide the customers. For every successful transaction, I can get a rebate of 2 points. How about it? In an instant, a total of 21 shopping guides all came over with a swish. Immediately, a girl said, Master Han Fei, it's no problem to guide the customers, but during this period, the price of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons has fallen. How do you want to sell them? Han Fei was stunned. The price has fallen? Why has it fallen? The girl said, all of a sudden, a large number of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons emerged. At first, they sold like crazy. As a result, the market price of ultra-quality spiritual weapons dropped by more than 30%. Even semi-divine weapons were reduced by 20%. After all, there are not many people who can afford semi-divine weapons. Han Fei's face turned green. Of course, he knew why a large number of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons suddenly emerged. They must have been obtained on the ancient battlefield. Besides, if he wanted to sell them quickly, if the price was only 30% lower than before, he would not be competitive at all. Immediately, Han Fei calculated. An ultra-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed spirit was usually worth about 40,000 points of credit. In this case, wouldn't he get a 50% discount? Han Fei immediately gritted his teeth. I'll give you a 50% discount. However, you can only exchange them with spiritual spring and spiritual fruits. No points or high-quality pearls. The eyes of the group of shopping guides suddenly lit up. No wonder you are Master Han Fei. You are so domineering. The shopping guides all said, Master Han Fei, don't worry. Your shop will definitely have a continuous stream of customers. After a moment, Han Fei rented a shop of about 200 square meters and hung more than 500 ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei calculated carefully. Even if I give a 50% discount on an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, I won't lose anything. Anyway, these ultra-quality spiritual weapons were all picked up by the locals. A spiritual weapon cost 20,000 points, which could be exchanged for about 20 spiritual fruits. In terms of spiritual spring, it would be about 1,500 caddies. However, the price of spiritual fruits was fluctuating. The more he collected, the higher the price would be. I wonder if I'll be able to exchange for all the spiritual fruits I have left? Han Fei was hanging a banner with the words 50% off, big sale at a loss written on it. Outside, a group of girls were frantically sending voice transmissions through their star waist tags. Hurry up! Master Han Fei has taken action. Exchange for ultra-quality spiritual weapons with spiritual spring and spiritual fruits. Come on. San Air, there's a big movement in the refining hall. 50% off. Come on. Meng hurry up and ask for leave, oh no. Hurry up and tell your captain that there's a 50% discount. Chapter 968. Although the refining hall was lively, it was not a vegetable market after all. Moreover, most people would buy things for themselves first. If they couldn't afford it, they would share the good news with others. Of course, when some people saw Han Fei's banner, they immediately sent messages to him or immediately went to look for resources. But, in any case, there were already more than 60 people in Han Fei's shop now. He glanced around quickly. Master Han Fei, is it really half price? My shop has been hung up. How can it be fake? Someone was holding a long sword, reluctant to let go of it. He asked tentatively, Master Han Fei, I only have 18 spiritual fruits here. Why don't you keep this sword for me? I'll go to the logistics division to exchange for it right now. Han Fei raised his eyelids. No, I am serving the people. Do you think I am greedy for your 2 spiritual fruits? Come on, 18 spiritual fruits. Take the weapon. The man was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Han Fei. Someone wanted a big axe. He took out his swallowing seashell and looked at it, looking a little embarrassed. Han Fei immediately said, Yes, it's you. What's the matter? Tell me. The man said, Master Han Fei, I found that I only have 800 caddies of spiritual spring and only 7 spiritual fruits. There may be a big gap. Han Fei thought about it. It seemed that there was a gap, but it was about the same. Who cares? Anyway, they were all things that he picked up. It was equivalent to a slight discount. Han Fei immediately said, "Don't panic. Let me have a look at your swallowing seashell. If you are not lying to me, I will give you a discount. It's not easy for everyone." The man was overjoyed. "Master Han Fei, here you are." Han Fei glanced at him and thought, how poor. Immediately, Han Fei said with a smile, "You're lucky that you met me. I am serving the people. It's just an axe. Take it away." Hearing Han Fei's words, the group of people immediately shouted, "Master Han Fei, I want to buy two, but I don't have enough money. Master Han Fei, can I buy them wholesale?" Han Fei immediately perked up. "Wholesale? Come here. Come, let's have a good talk." 2 hours later, when Han Fei was stuffing weapons into people's hands, he saw a shop assistant shouting, "Everyone, follow me. You'll get the best discount if you follow me. Come on, Han Fei was overjoyed. "Why are you standing outside? Come in, look around, and pick whatever you like. If you don't like it, it's free." 2 hours later, on a certain coast, someone shouted, "Brothers, good news, good news! Master Han Fei of the refining hall is selling ultra-quality spiritual weapons at a 50% discount. Let's go, Hell Beach." Someone roared, "Little bastards! Quickly count the spirit spring and spirit fruits you have on you. Then follow me to the refining hall." A patrolling team around the island. "Brothers, get on the boat. I'll tell you the big news on the way. Fishermen's Union, stop fishing. Let's go to the refining hall in the west of the city. There's a huge sale on supreme-grade spiritual weapons." In an instant, the whole city responded. There was a huge crowd at the entrance of the refining hall. More than 20 shop assistants were registering in small notebooks and distributing numbers. At this moment, the number had reached 2,000. Someone shouted, "Don't worry, everyone, don't worry. Master Han Fei said that you can buy anything within 3,000. Each person is limited to one." Someone organized the crowd. "Don't panic. Let's see if we have enough resources first." Only about 2,000 people were given their numbers, mainly because the others were collecting spiritual spring and spiritual fruits. The opposite logistics division was already overcrowded. All of them were exchanging points for spiritual spring and spiritual fruits. In the logistics division, hundreds of staff members were shouting frantically at their waist tags, "Hurry up, is the spiritual spring enough? If not, transfer it from the east and south of the city." Someone responded, "I don't know if the spiritual spring is enough, but the spiritual fruits are running out." Was he out of his mind? Why did he take out so many spiritual weapons at once? Someone joked, more than that. It said that the ultra-quality spiritual weapons are sold out. He also wants to sell semi-divine weapons, limited to 300 people. Wow. Old Wong, let's keep some of the spiritual spring and spiritual fruits for ourselves. I also want semi-divine weapons. Yes, I have already informed them to leave 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring and 3,000 spiritual fruits. Don't touch them, except for the West City. For some reason, the refining halls in the North, South, and East City were suddenly deserted. Some people also came back from the ancient battlefield. At this moment, they looked dumbfounded. Where are the people of the refining hall? Why are they all gone? Someone was depressed. Something is wrong. Just now, someone told me that he went to collect resources. Why is there no one left now? Huh? Did your customers also run out of resources? Oh, you're gone too? Suddenly, a shop owner rushed in and roared, "Something's wrong. Something big has happened. I heard that the guy named Han Fei from the refining hall in the West City is selling ultra-quality spiritual weapons at a 50% discount. Son of a B*TCH. He is selling semi-divine weapons. F*CK. 50% discount? Is he crazy?" Someone's expression was uncertain. Just how much did he rob from that place? Someone gritted his teeth. "No, we can't do business anymore. If he continues to sell like this, Won't our inventory go to waste? Someone shouted, even if he sells at a high price, we'll also get a 50% discount. Anyway, we'll make a profit. If we continue to delay, we may really lose our inventory. Someone was speechless. Are you stupid? How many people are there on the Scattered Stars Island? He can easily find hundreds of thousands of people. Just let him sell them first. It'll just take us a little longer, and we'll definitely be able to sell them. Central City. City, Lord's Mansion. Marshall. Han Fei is frantically collecting spiritual spring and spiritual fruits. Now, many people who come out of the ancient battlefield are selling ultra-quality spiritual weapons at a 50% discount. If this goes on, the spiritual spring and spiritual fruits of the logistics division will be in urgent need. Xue Xinqi was reading an ancient book and threw a sun-moon shell over without raising his head. There are 5 million caddies of spiritual spring and 10,000 spiritual fruits here. Put them in the logistics division. The man said in surprise, Marshal, these are your own resources. Xue Xinqi said indifferently, these things are of no use to me. Release the news that the ancient battlefield is about to open. It will be one of the trial places of the Scattered Stars Island in the future. The newcomer was surprised. Marshal, isn't that place too dangerous for ordinary people? Xue Xinqi said lightly, build a water base and send law enforcers there. Arrange the number of people according to the Sea of Pearls. Lower the price of ultra-quality spiritual weapons once and for all. 50% discount is good. Yes, Marshal. After a moment, Xue Xinqi gently put down the ancient book in his hand and smiled faintly. 8 years, refining hall. Han Fei said one by one. Don't panic. Who's that? You haven't paid the money yet. Why? Come here and pay the money. Han Fei said, Number 1682, what do you want? The man hurriedly said, Captain, it's me. Han Fei glanced at him and found him a little familiar. He asked tentatively, Are you from the 8th Battalion? The man nodded quickly. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Okay, 40% discount. Thank you, Captain. At this moment, a voice came from inside and outside the refining hall. Notification, notification. At the request of Marshal Xue, the ruins of the ancient battlefield in the outer sea will be open to all hidden fishers in half a month. Half a year later, it will be open to everyone. The ancient battlefield has a large number of lost ultra-quality spiritual weapons, semi-divine weapons, and even divine weapons. In 3 days, the relevant information about the ancient battlefield will be officially announced, and everyone can read it. Wow! For a moment, the entire Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar. Suddenly, all the people who bought things paused. So, these ultra-quality spiritual weapons were all obtained by Han Fei in the ancient battlefield? Someone sighed. No wonder there have been more ultra-quality spiritual weapons recently. It turns out that these were all robbed. Han Fei curled his lips. Is Xue Xinqi trying to suppress the price of weapons? He must be. However, the creatures in the ancient battlefield were very strong. It was not a big problem for hidden fishers to go there. Even hanging fishers had a slim chance of survival. The reason why it was open to hidden fishers was to let them go in and clear the battlefield. In this way, after half a year, there would only be some weak soul eaters left inside, which would be enough for peak-level hanging fishers to gain experience. Han Fei shouted, Don't even think about it. These ultra-quality spiritual weapons were dug out from the ancient battlefield. However, I warn you, if you haven't become a hidden fisher, don't go there rashly. Any creature inside is at the level of a hidden fisher. Wow, what a terrifying secret realm. All of them are hidden fishers. So, a few days ago, the whole army was dispatched and so many strong masters died. Did they all go to this so-called ancient battlefield? After shouting, Han Fei had a headache. Xue Xinqi is so cruel. Those who bought semi-divine weapons were basically hidden fishers, and half of them were peak-level hanging fishers. They could go to explore the ancient battlefield after a while. Then how could he sell them at a 30% discount? No, at least for now, there are still some semi-divine weapons. I'll sell them at a 40% discount. That's it. Until the night. In Han Fei's shop, there were only more than 200 ultra-quality spiritual weapons left. Han Fei shouted to the outside, "The ultra-quality spiritual weapons are almost sold out. Let's see if the remaining ones are what you want. If not, there's nothing I can do. By the way, the semi-divine weapons will be on sale in half an hour at a 40% discount. You can go now." Immediately, many people holding semi-divine weapon number plates began to get excited. "It's my turn. I'm number 1. Haha, semi-divine weapons." Someone wondered, "Didn't you say 30% off in the promotion?" Someone rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you hear the news just now? The ancient battlefield is about to be opened, and semi-divine weapons may also be dug out. At this moment, the price is so high. If there are too many semi-divine weapons later, won't our reputation be ruined?" After a moment, when more than 300 semi-divine weapons were put up for sale, everyone was dumbfounded. Gulp! Someone swallowed. "Master Han Fei, how many semi-divine weapons have you dug out?" Chapter 969. 3 days later, Han Fei's net worth reached the richest moment in history. More than 3,500 supreme-grade spiritual weapons, 3.02 million caddies of spiritual spring, and more than 23,000 spiritual fruits. And 301 semi-divine weapons were worth a lot. In the end, after deducting 2% commission, there was a total of 4.6 million caddies of spiritual spring left, which was equivalent to 4.6 billion points of spiritual energy, almost 5 billion. There were 47,840 spiritual fruits, which were worth at least 7 billion spiritual energy. During this period, Lu Renquang also sent over the resources he collected. However, compared with Han Fei's current net worth, it was nothing. At this moment, the number of spiritual fruits on Han Fei had reached 55,000. As for low-quality and mid-quality divine weapons, Han Fei certainly wouldn't sell them. At this moment, money no longer mattered. These divine weapons needed to be refined into a blood-drinking saber, a seal, a fishing rod, and a staff. The chances of it being forged into a high-grade divine weapon should not be high. Coincidentally, he had 2 supreme-grade divine armaments and 3 medial-grade divine armaments. It should not be a problem for him to combine the 3 medial-grade divine armaments into a high-grade divine armament, the Empyrean Waterfall. When Han Fei opened the mist array at home, he couldn't help but sigh. The power of the demon purification pot is not enough to make an ultra-quality divine weapon? Looks like I'll have to wait until I get the 3rd vine. Han Fei intended to refine an ultra-quality divine weapon. However, he soon discovered a problem. It consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but the progress of the supreme-grade divine weapon was extremely slow. If he wanted to forcibly refine it, he would need a huge amount of spiritual energy. Although he didn't lack spirit chi now, it wasn't necessary. Even if he refined a supreme-grade divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. As for a mid-quality divine weapon, according to his cultivation speed, he should be able to exert its full power after becoming a peak-level hidden fisher or a law enforcer. Therefore, the 2 ultra-quality divine weapons were still lying in Forge the Universe. As for the 3 mid-grade divine weapons, he refined a blood-imbibing saber, a golden seal, and a dragon rod. Han Fei felt that naming was too troublesome. He couldn't just change the name every time his equipment leveled up, right? Therefore, it was better to continue using it. As for the fishing rod, it was called the Dragon Burial Rod. Han Fei thought it was a good name and could use it in the future. 3 months later, by the pool of the Empyrean Waterfall, a man and a cat sat on a rock fishing. Between the man and the cat, there were 2 plates of fruits on a rock. There were even rare fruits like pineapples. Baji! While pulling the fishing rod, Han Fei ate the pineapple and said, "Big Yellow, if you continue to cause trouble like this, there won't be enough cats." Baji. Big Yellow bit off half of the pineapple and said gloomily, "I only wanted to give birth, but they died. Am I destined to be lonely for the rest of my life?" Han Fei sighed. "So you might be the unique cat." Crash! A red blood butterfly fish was pulled up by Big Yellow. Uft! Big Yellow stabbed it to death with its paw. After killing the red blood butterfly fish, Big Yellow did not eat it, but looked at Han Fei. "Why didn't you catch any?" Han Fei said casually, "I didn't catch any fish. The red blood butterfly fish are mediocre." Big Yellow said, "Your strength doesn't seem to have changed." Han Fei smiled. "I'm digesting it." Big Yellow asked, "Will it take so long?" Han Fei sneered. "Long? Look at yourself. How dare you say it's long? It'll take me at most 3 months. Yes, the price to pay for the improvement of strength was not small, mainly because, after eating the so-called source water, Han Fei temporarily changed his path of advancement from pain mode to hell mode. Now his physique was too strong. He had been grinding for 3 months, but he couldn't even break through the small barrier. Of course, this was only temporary. When Han Fei completely broke in, the path of advancement would open. Before going to the 1,000-star city, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a law enforcer. However, during this period of time, it was really too boring. Luo Xiaobai and the others were different from him. They had their own path. If they didn't work hard, they might not be able to keep up with him. And Han Fei seemed to have really become the kind of genius that was hard to come by in 100 years, or even in 1,000 years. He couldn't guarantee it in other places, but here he was already a genius. If he hadn't obtained the source water, he wouldn't have been so strong. But now, no one was willing to fight Wu Ming and the others. The reason was that Han Fei was very strong. If he didn't use a secret method, he wouldn't be able to beat the other party with all his strength. If he used a secret method, the other party would just give up because he couldn't fight anymore. Besides, the changes brought about by the source water and the growth of strength were slightly different. For example, the agility of wind performed by the phantom glass wings changed from the original speed of 3 times to the current speed of 4 times. The 10 times explosive power of devil change became 8 times explosive power. It seemed that with the strengthening of his physique, the effect of devil change had also weakened correspondingly. In this case, Han Fei tried to fight with a junior peak-level law enforcer. As long as the other party's power of law couldn't suppress him, there was no way he could win. For a time, Han Fei felt that he had no pursuit and could only wait for a breakthrough. "Human, you haven't exchanged things with me for a long time." The big turtle's voice sounded in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei thought to himself, "What can you give me now? I have more than 80,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. Now Little Fatty and the others are also settling down, and I don't even have a chance to use it." Besides, Han Fei also confirmed another thing. Spirit awakening fluid had little effect on law enforcers. The reason was that spirit awakening fluid was a law, and law enforcers could enforce the law. The two contradicted each other. If he wanted it, there were a lot of it in the sea quelling painting. However, the tree spirit said that he couldn't take too much spirit awakening fluid. It had a stabilizing effect. Otherwise, Han Fei could have taken it directly from the sea quelling painting. So Han Fei said casually, "Senior Turtle, what do you want to exchange for now? 3 months ago, there were so many law enforcers. The power of this seal can't suppress you for many years, right? Why are you in such a hurry?" The big turtle was silent for a moment. "I can make it cheaper." Han Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes. "I won't buy it even if it's cheaper." He couldn't help saying, "Senior, we have nothing to do anyway. Let's chat. Where does the spring under you lead to?" The big turtle was silent and didn't speak. Han Fei looked around and said via voice transmission, "Senior, to be honest, I don't need the spirit awakening fluid at all. Besides, when you come out, the big hole under you will show up sooner or later. Why don't you tell me now? I'll go to the outer sea immediately, find a nest of sea demons, destroy it, and grab some demonic stones for you. What do you think? The big turtle said leisurely. Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. Han Fei said carelessly. It's not complicated. Just tell me. Maybe it was because Han Fei often came to fish to kill time, or maybe it was because the big turtle knew that he was not far away from unsealing, but he didn't expect it to tell him. The big turtle said, Actually, what I'm holding is the broken corpse of a deep-sea giant demon. Humph! Suddenly, someone snorted in the air, and the big turtle was speechless. And Han Fei was shocked. What did it mean? Deep-sea giant demon? Han Fei counted with his fingers. The sea spirit realm, breaking the spirit realm, seeking the way, entering the way to be venerable. F***CK. The corpse of a king, realm giant demon? Han Fei was enlightened and instantly understood why the sea demons attacked the Scattered Stars Island. Why did human beings defend the Scattered Stars Island? Who knew if the corpse of a king-level powerhouse could be created? If the sea demons got this corpse, what if someone became a king-level powerhouse with its broken body? How could the Thousand-Star City resist them? A voice came from the air straight to the bottom of the pool. Old Turtle, don't think that this kid will be your opportunity. Han Fei didn't know the conversation between Xue Xinqi and the old turtle. On the surface of the pool, Xue Xinqi's phantom appeared. In 3 months, I don't care what you do, but you can't stay on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei was stunned. Huh? Why? Xue Xinqi said indifferently. The day when the old turtle seal is unsealed is the day when human beings and sea demons fight. There's still 8 years left. Your father expects you to become a king. Do you really think it's so easy? Even the sea demons know that you can find a way to cross the barrier of the explorer realm. But what about the venerable realm? What is Tao? Have you ever thought about it? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. To become an explorer, he had to go to the waterwood sky. It didn't seem easy to become a venerable. 8 years seemed a bit short. But why 8 years? Xue Xinqi continued. If you want to become a king, you must participate in the battle 8 years later. Han Fei didn't care about this. If he wanted to become a king, maybe he would have to gain the recognition of many people. With the big clans of the Thousand-Star City pushing him, it would be hard for him not to participate in the battle. However, he asked, Since this matter is so important, why let everyone become a law enforcer here and shorten the time for the old turtle to come out? If we let Senior turtle out in advance, won't we start the battle ahead of time? Xue Xinqi said with a cold face, There are some things you don't understand. Do you think the king-level corpse is so simple? It's a corpse full of Tao, which can derive countless spirit awakening fluid. Otherwise, where do you think the undersea chimney came from? Do you really think the old turtle wants resources to come out? Han Fei's heart trembled. What does he mean? The old turtle wants resources not to come out, but to suppress the entrance of the cave? Han Fei quickly shook his head and said, Didn't they say that only when one becomes a law enforcer will Senior Turtle come out in advance? It was said that it could take decades, but now it has become 8 years. Isn't it because he became a law enforcer? Xue Xinqi looked at Han Fei seriously. If you hadn't obtained the opportunity to become a king, I wouldn't have told you this. What you said is just what was announced to the outside world. In fact, this is not the case. It's not that becoming a law enforcer will make the old turtle come out in advance, but that becoming a law enforcer can absorb some Tao, which can reduce the pressure on the old turtle and let it stay longer. Wow. Han Fei was dumbfounded. So, everyone was kept in the dark? In fact, Xue Xinqi and the old turtle were lying to him. Han Fei suddenly stood up. Then, if everyone hadn't become a law enforcer 3 months ago, How long could Senior Turtle have lasted? Shuai-Shin-Chi's expression remained unchanged. 3 years. Han Fei. Chapter 970. Han Fei was shocked when Shuai-Shin-Chi explained it to him in person. What he meant was that without collective law enforcement, the real full-scale war between humans and sea demons would break out in 3 years. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to understand something. He suddenly asked, "Can the bottomless pit in the transverse mountain really collect spirit awakening fluid?" Shuai-Shin-Chi said lightly very little. Han Fei realized that most of the spirit awakening fluid of the logistics division of the Scattered Stars Island probably came from the old turtle. Han Fei wondered, in this case, why doesn't the spirit awakening fluid be sold at a lower price? Shuai-Shin-Chi grinned and said, "The spirit awakening fluid is not only the key, but also of little use, even if we sell it now." Shuai-Shin-Chi said leisurely, "The reason why a full-scale war hasn't broken out now is that the king's body has not been completely melted. This is what we've been suppressing. Once the king's body is melted, a great Tao will appear and may collapse at any time. This is also the reason why the sea demons must get this corpse. It does represent an opportunity to become a king. However, this opportunity is not ours." Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "Is it about to start melting now?" Shuai-Shin-Chi nodded slightly. "Yes." Han Fei took a deep breath again. "What should I do?" Shuai-Shin-Chi said, "The old turtle needs to consume energy. You can grab some demonic stones, energy, and the like. Ownerless souls are also okay, but I don't think you can get them." Han Fei asked, "Then should I go to sea now?" Han Fei had a hunch that if he wanted to become a king, he had to pay more attention to the old turtle. It was like how he got the power of faith from those people in the sea quelling painting. A full-scale war was naturally not good for many people. However, it might also be an opportunity for him. Shuai-Shin-Chi shook his head slightly. "These things are not urgent, but it's better than nothing. Even if you bring a mountain of demonic stones, it can only last for another 2 years. It's meaningful, but not very meaningful. Now, what you need to figure out is what you should do. From the moment you got the sea quelling painting, you have been obliged to pay for this unconditionally, because, in a sense, you are the one who is most likely to become a king." Han Fei swallowed. "I'm just a hidden fisher. What can I do?" Shuai-Shin-Chi said indifferently, "This matter is related to you. Destroying the sea demons and cleaning up the 10,000 Demon Valley is also related to you. However, you don't have the ability to do it now. So, we will help you hold it down. However, some people in the 1,000-Star City are already trying to blame you for this. Now that I'm telling you all this, from another perspective, I'm helping them." Han Fei remembered what old Han said. Those big clans in the 1,000-Star City couldn't kill him openly, so they threw such a big thing to him. If this was done, it was only natural. If he didn't do it well, they might put all the blame on him and make him the scapegoat. Moreover, he was the biggest scapegoat in history. Han Fei didn't feel good at all. This is so tricky. Shuai-Shin-Chi's phantom disappeared. Han Fei sat down on the stone. Not in the mood to fish anymore, he put away the fishing rod and sat cross-legged on the stone. What should I do now? After confirming that Shuai-Shin-Chi had left, Big Yellow turned from a dead cat to a living cat and asked quietly, "Han Fei, what did you say?" Han Fei waved his hand and sighed. "This is the sadness of humans. You cats don't understand." Big Yellow. Han Fei knew that when he got used to the opportunities he had, he would definitely go to sea. Therefore, going to sea to find demonic stones was not an important thing. In other words, there were still 3 months before he went to sea. He couldn't accompany a cat fishing every day, could he? Han Fei immediately fell into deep thought. If he were a king and wanted to lead many people to fight a war, how would he fight? In order to win the war, how could he do it? The first was to launch a sneak attack and kill the other party, first by using trickery. But this method was problematic. The 10,000 Demon Valley was similar to the Scattered Stars Island. There were hundreds of thousands of half-mermaids, hundreds of thousands of red demons, and countless inferior manfish. In this kind of war, it was useless to sneak around. The second one was to improve the strength of his own people. This one was more feasible. However, on the path of cultivation, if he wanted to become stronger quickly, he needed resources, a lot of resources, a huge amount of resources. But how could he get resources alone? How long was this going to take? In this case, it was a good thing that he lowered the market price of ultra-quality spiritual weapons to 50%. Suddenly, Han Fei froze. Yes, it was useless to do small things, and he couldn't get many resources. Why not start with equipment? As for equipment, one was something like the Refining Divine platform, which would solve everything once and for all. The other was to increase the number of refining masters. Han Fei got up. Big Yellow, you can go fishing by yourself in the future. I'm going to work. Meow, before Big Yellow spoke. Han Fei flew out with a swish and went straight to the Scattered Stars' 7th unit. The Scattered Stars' 4th unit. A group of a dozen people was resting and making a bunch of drinks. At this moment, they were chatting. At the same time, these people were also studying the style of clothes and how to make them look good. Someone laughed and said, "Now that the ancient battlefield is open, the pressure on us has been greatly reduced. Finally, we don't have to refine weapons all day long." Slurp. Mu Jia hiccuped. I heard that the swindler made a lot of money. He robbed more than 3,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons and more than 300 semi-divine weapons. Now he is the richest one. Xie Qingqing smiled. Then why don't you marry him? Isn't it good to be a little rich woman? Mu Jia blushed and was furious. My family is richer than him. My family is rich. Gu Nan laughed. Mu Jia, then tell me who you like. Or, Qingyan is good. He's handsome. Mu Jia snorted. He's wooden, cold, and only knows how to refine weapons. Huh, where is he? Someone laughed and said, Isn't your question obvious? What else does Qingyan do besides studying those refining devices? Suddenly, Han Fei appeared at the entrance. Liar, why are you here? Han Fei glanced around and saw a large group of people drinking here. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why aren't you refining? Are you so free now? Xie Qingqing smiled and said, Thanks to the opening of the ancient battlefield. Now, a large number of ultra-quality spiritual weapons have just been digested. We need to wait until we have some funds. I guess we'll be busy again in a month or so. Gunan said, However, we won't be as busy as before. I heard that many hidden fishers dug ultra-quality spiritual weapons from the ancient battlefield and brought them back. Our pressure will be reduced. Suddenly someone said, Han Fei, why do you want to return to the Scattered Stars' 4th unit? Are you going to treat us to a meal because you've made a fortune? Han Fei thought to himself, Why would I treat you? Han Fei skipped the question and asked, Jia, have you finished studying my refining device? Mu Jia was speechless. How long has it been? I heard from Guan Shui that you've only figured out half of the array combinations. It will take at least a few months for you to solve them. Finally, you have to build that platform. Then you have to experiment. It's still early. Han Fei was speechless. Then why are you still drinking here? Where is old Guan? Mu Jia said angrily. It's better than you not coming at all. All you know is to slack off, lazy bum. Han Fei scratched his nose. Oh, I've been bored recently, haven't I? I'm here to share some of the pressure for everyone. I'm going to live here in the future. What? Did I hear you right? You're going to share the pressure for us? Everyone was shocked. Han Fei said he was going to share the pressure for everyone. Immediately, someone yelled, Han Fei, I still have 100 quests. Do you want them? Someone sighed. I have some too. How about I give them to you? Han Fei rolled his eyes. I'm not helping you with refining. I'm here to build platform. Forget it. You won't understand me anyway. Where is Old Guan? I'm here for Old Guan. Mu Jia, pointed inside and said, in the innermost refining room. Then Mu Jia, followed him and said in a low voice, Liar, have you been stimulated recently? I heard something. Han Fei said angrily, How can I be stimulated? I'm just here to contribute to mankind. Mu Jia, After Han Fei entered Guan Qingyan's refining room, he was a little stunned. Is this still a refining room? This is the workshop of a mad scientist. Guan Qingyan was sitting on the ground, with a pile of books next to him and a pile of messy materials in front of him. Seeing that someone came in, he kicked them out without even raising his head. Jia, go out and play by yourself. I'm busy. Mu Jia, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Old Guan, you're really working hard. Hearing Han Fei's voice, Guan Qingyan immediately raised his head and said with a glint in his eyes, Brother Han, why are you here? Han Fei said with a smile, I'm here to help you build a platform. Guan Qingyan was obviously stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, Are you sure? Han Fei patted his chest and said, I'm sure. If I can't build a platform, I'll live here. Immediately, Guan Qingyan stood up. Very good, Brother Han, come here. There's still many things I don't understand. Here, and here. Mu Jia was speechless. The two of them talked about such boring things as soon as they met. How boring. She immediately stomped her feet. Fine, you two can spend it together. Chapter 971. Just like this, Han Fei lived in the Scattered Stars 4th unit. For 3 days in a row, he was focused on discussing and studying with Guan Qingyan. Therefore, Han Fei directly shocked Bei Hua and the others, wondering if Han Fei had changed his personality. At this moment, in the refining room, Guan Qingyan had learned a lot in the past few days and had long regarded Han Fei as his confidant. At this moment, he was sorting out the principles of this refining platform that he had figured out. However, Han Fei always called it a refining furnace. In this way, it could be distinguished from the refining divine platform. Otherwise, what if someone suspected him in the future? At this moment, Han Fei had long stopped studying with Guan Qingyan. He found that the biggest problem was the combination of arrays. Although he had described the effect that should be achieved after the combination of arrays. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this effect. And on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei felt that even the most brilliant array masters could hardly surpass Old Jiang. At this moment, after Old Jiang left, Han Fei felt that he might as well do it in person. Therefore, the ocean book that Han Fei hadn't studied was put on the agenda. Among the arrays, the most commonly used were killing arrays, defensive arrays, and some auxiliary arrays, such as breath concealment, spirit gathering, puzzle, soundproof, etc. In fact, the creation of arrays was fundamentally based on needs. No matter what kind of needs, as long as one persisted in studying them, one could always create corresponding arrays. For example, when Han Fei drew crayfish for the first time on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison, he drew thousands of arrays, only to cause an explosion. In fact, it was also an innovative array. At this moment, Han Fei sat cross-legged, and in his mind, the lines in the ocean book were unraveled, one by one. Because it was just a simulation, Han Fei wouldn't suffer any substantial attacks. This was the power of the demon purification pot. The demon purification pot had completely memorized the complicated ocean book after reading it once. Furthermore, he was able to record every single formation through the lines. A killing array? No, not what I want. A maze array. This maze array is a bit interesting. It's a bit like a strange array, but it has nothing to do with refining. An extension of the spirit gathering array to gather the essence of water? Wow, this array is good. In the future, when I explode the infinity water, I can use it to quickly restore the infinity water. After studying for 2 days, Han Fei had studied about 1/10 of the ocean book array. He had a general understanding of the situation. But do you want to use it as you please? But it was definitely not a simple matter. This really needed time to accumulate. In short, practice makes perfect. Otherwise, it would be just like how he could barely write an extremely rare character. It would definitely not look good, and he would not be able to draw it out in one stroke. When Han Fei opened his eyes, Guan Qingyan glanced at him. "Brother Han, have you made any progress?" Han Fei shook his head. "Don't panic. Haste makes waste. I estimate that it will take another month." Guan Qingyan nodded slightly. Of course it takes time. He had studied it for a long time and knew how difficult it was, although it was Han Fei who proposed the concept of this refining furnace. However, it didn't mean that Han Fei could do it easily. Otherwise, with Han Fei's greedy character, he would have taken out the refining furnace and asked for resources. Han Fei rose. "Old Guan, one had to strike a balance between work and rest. Do you want some fruit?" Guan Qingyan shook his head. Han Fei shrugged helplessly. Scientists are so boring. So, Han Fei picked out a pineapple, a few peaches, a few loquats, and a bunch of mulberries from Forge the Universe. At the same time, he made a cup of sea bamboo drink for himself and began to eat and drink it. Just as he ate a peach and a loquat, he saw Mu Jia and Bei Hu come in. Seeing that Han Fei was eating, Mu Jia exclaimed, "Wow, are you secretly eating delicious food?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Can I eat my own food?" With that, Han Fei grabbed a peach and threw it to Bei Hu. The latter didn't hesitate to take it. After taking it, he took a bite and said it was not bad. As for Mu Jia, she had already sat opposite Han Fei, picked up an orange-yellow loquat and took a bite. She didn't doubt Han Fei's taste in food at all. In this regard, Han Fei was a professional. Among the people Mu Jia knew, Han Fei was the best eater. Besides, what he ate was delicious food. Mu Jia stuffed her mouth and asked, "What is this?" Han Fei said casually, "It's just a low-level spiritual fruit. It tastes good, but it doesn't have any practical effect." Bei Hu smiled. "Han Fei, how's your research going?" Han Fei spat out the peach pit in his mouth and picked up a bunch of mulberries. "It's not bad. I should be able to try it in a month." All of a sudden, Bei Hu and Guan Qingyan's eyes lit up. Even Mu Jia looked at Han Fei in surprise after eating the fruit. "So fast." Bei Hu was a little surprised. Did Han Fei mean that many problems could be solved? Guan Qingyan was also stunned for a long time. "Didn't you just say that more haste, less speed? You said that there would only be progress in a month. How come you can try it in a month?" However, Guan Qingyan didn't know that for people like Han Fei, the concept of time was still stuck in the idea that a year was a long time. Han Fei didn't even realize that a hidden fisher could live for hundreds of years. Therefore, a month was already a long time in Han Fei's eyes. If he hadn't been so free, he wouldn't have spent a month on research. Bei Hu immediately said, "Okay, nobody will disturb you during this time. Jia, you'd better stay and study hard." Got it. 20 days passed. Han Fei finally finished reading the ocean book. He didn't know how significant the ocean book was until this moment. It was the essence of an era. The thousands of arrays varied in difficulty, and Han Fei felt that it would take him at least 3 years to digest them all. To really master them all, it would probably take 5 years, or even longer. But it didn't stop Han Fei from finding as many as 100 arrays from the ocean book, which could support him to finish his research on refining furnaces. On the 27th day, Han Fei began to draw. Bam! The refining room exploded. Han Fei, Guan Qingyan, and Mu Jia sat in the messy room with their faces covered in dust, staring at each other. Mu Jia or exclaimed, "Why did it explode?" Han Fei scratched his head and said, "Don't panic. Something must have gone wrong. It's not a big problem." An explosion naturally wouldn't cause any special commotion. Beihua had asked them not to be disturbed, so nobody was bothered. Half an hour passed. Bam! An hour passed. Bam! 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 Ah! In the Scattered Stars fourth unit, a bunch of people sat gloomily in the living room, sipping their drinks. "Boss Beihua, we can't go on like this. Should we ask them to stop for a while?" "That's right, Boss Beihua. How are we going to refine? Have they already started experiments? Are they in too much of a hurry? Forget it. I'd better go back to the team first." Beihua took a deep look at the innermost refining room and said unhurriedly, "Everybody go back for now. I'll inform you if anything happens in a few days." Inside the room, Guan Qinyan said, "Brother Han, we don't understand your array at all." Han Fei said, "I have a decomposition diagram. They all correspond to each other." Mu Jia asked, "That's not right. Why is this spirit gathering array used in this place?" Han Fei said unhurriedly, "It has to be used here. It's used to extract the spiritual energy inside the weapon." Guan Qinyan asked, "Brother Han, what about this? Why does it need a defense array?" Han Fei said, "It's to prevent the furnace from being damaged after long-term use." Beihua craned his head in and listened for a while. He was quite pleased. This was the future of refining. He might as well stop bothering them and let them work on it. He could also visit his old friends. For more than 20 days in a row, how many times had the Scattered Stars fourth unit exploded? Thankfully, every part was protected by corresponding isolation. Otherwise, the other 6 units would have smashed the Scattered Stars fourth unit. On this day, in front of the 3 of them, there was a fruit platter each. After getting used to Mu Jia, and Han Fei's argument, Guan Qinyan became more relaxed and joined in from time to time. At this moment, Guan Qinyan and Mu Jia looked at Han Fei solemnly. Guan Qinyan asked, "Brother Han, are you really going to do it?" Mu Jia asked, "What if this thing explodes?" Han Fei smiled. "We've already blown it up once or twice." Mu Jia took a breath. "Then you do it." "I put on a battle suit." In the next moment, Mu Jia armed herself to the teeth. The helmet on her head was put on, and even her eyes were sealed. From now on, she only used her perception. Guan Qinyan also put on a battle suit, his face tense. And Han Fei grabbed a large number of semi-divine weapon materials and began to smelt them. This time, he was going to make a refining furnace. This was not as simple as making an ultra-quality spiritual weapon or a semi-divine weapon. This was a refining furnace with more than 300 processes and multiple parts. Pieces of parts were refined by Han Fei one by one. On average, one piece was made in 30 minutes. Guan Qinyan and Mu Jia's eyelids twitched at his refining speed. Of course, they were watching with their perception. This is F*King too fast, the two thought. For a full 6 hours, Han Fei didn't stop. And Mu Jia's and Guan Qinyan's hearts almost jumped out, because a large, independent refining furnace was being assembled for the final smelting. After a while, Mu Jia looked at this refining furnace in shock. It's done?" Guan Qinyan immediately took a breath and couldn't wait to say, "Brother Han, come on, try it." Before Guan Qinyan and the others said anything, Han Fei had already grabbed a few ultra-quality materials and started to fuse and quench them. After 100 minutes or so, the materials appeared and were poured into the refining furnace. Han Fei was ready to build a long knife. The refining furnace began to run, and the spiritual fire was boiling. Han Fei shouted, "Spirit fusing and quenching are not a problem." In the furnace, spirit refinement was in progress, and Han Fei was watching every step closely and making judgments. 50 minutes was no problem. The fusion began. The preliminary fusion was no problem. The fusion was completed. The spiritual energy extraction was completed. The formation was completed, and there were no changes. When she heard that the array imprinting was completed, Mu Jia jumped up. Ah, it's done. Han Fei continued. The second micro-refining begins. Spiritual energy compression completed. Spiritual energy. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. The last step, extracting spiritual energy into the finished product, was stuck. The semi-divine weapon began to become unstable. Han Fei suddenly felt his scalp go numb and shouted, "Defend!" The next second, rumble! The courtyard on the ground of the Scattered Stars' 7th unit instantly turned into flying ash, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky. Chapter 972. In the pillar of fire, Han Fei's hair was standing on end. Mu Jia, 2,000 meters away from the Scattered Stars' 7th unit, sat on the ground, her mind in a mess. She seemed to be thinking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Guan Qingyan was lying not far from Mu Jia, his head in the grass. Just now, the two of them were thrown out by Han Fei in the pillar of fire. Fortunately, Han Fei reacted in time and prepared the coiled turtle array. Otherwise, these two people would have been seriously injured at this moment. For a time, a large number of people wearing masks emerged from the ground. A group of people stood in the open space, looking at the pillar of fire and looking at each other. Someone was stunned. What did the Scattered Stars' 4th unit do? The Scattered Stars' 2nd unit, the Alchemy Division, was very aware of the furnace explosion and immediately shouted, "Whose furnace exploded? Why is it so powerful?" The Scattered Stars' 6th unit, as a mysterious research division, was responsible for inventions and creations. At this moment, someone was furious. F*CK, my new research was destroyed in an instant. Who? Come out. The Scattered Stars' 7th unit, as a hunting division, were all stunned. Where is the enemy? The Scattered Stars' 5th unit, as well as the Supervision division, had already begun to look for people. Their first sight was on Mu Jia, and Guan Qingyan. All the members of the Scattered Stars' 1st unit came out. Liang Tian said with a black face, "A secret realm collapsed." Who did it? In the sky, a group of law enforcers appeared with a swish. Someone shouted, "What's going on?" Someone scanned with his perception. The one in the pit come out. Han Fei fluttered out of the pillar of fire, covered in dust. He didn't even wear a mask on his face. The clothes on his upper body had long been blown up. At this moment, seeing a large group of people looking at him, Han Fei chuckled and said, "It's a misunderstanding. We were doing a major research and made a slight mistake." Han Fei? Someone was stunned and immediately recognized Han Fei. A girl blushed. That strong body, that black ash that couldn't hide his body lines, seemed quite attractive. Someone was speechless. You call this a slight mistake? The entire Scattered Stars' 7th unit was blown up by you. You call this a slight mistake? Han Fei underestimated the power of the furnace explosion. Logically speaking, a semi-divine weapon crafting furnace was made of a large number of semi-divine weapon materials. With the same materials, it might be possible to refine dozens of semi-divine weapons. Therefore, the power of the furnace explosion was much more terrifying than the explosion of a semi-divine weapon. Because the crafting furnace was a single entity, if there was a problem in one part, it would cause the spiritual energy and energy to be unable to be released, resulting in a compression. Just like a tire, if it was too inflated, it would easily burst. However, this was much more dangerous than a flat tire. In the distance, Bei Hua, Wang Su, Li Feiyun, and other big shots were flying close. Didn't they say that they were doing experiments? Why did they destroy the Scattered Stars' 7th unit? Seeing that Bei Hua had come, someone from the Scattered Stars' 7 units asked angrily, "Old Bei, what do you think we should do?" Seeing this scene, Su couldn't help but sigh. Han Fei, aren't you refining semi-divine weapons? This power didn't seem like it. It seems to be even more powerful than the explosion of a low-grade divine weapon. Bei Hu looked at Han Fei. Han Fei, what's wrong? Han Fei put on a new set of clothes and said, Don't panic. It's not a big problem. Just now, when I was testing the finished product, there was a mistake in one link. I ignored a guiding array, but now it's no problem. Wait, I'll refine another one right away. Hearing that Han Fei was going to continue, immediately someone shouted, Wait, what are you going to refine? The scattered stars' 7 units have already disappeared. Why are you still refining? Someone stepped back. Wait, let's make it clear first. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What do you know? I am making a contribution to mankind. Do you know what I am studying? If this thing succeeds, there will be as many semi-divine weapons on the scattered stars island as dogs. What the hell is a dog? That's none of your business. Anyway, I can't stop now. I'm only one step away. Guan Qingyan stood up. I can prove it. Although Mu Jia felt a little guilty, she also raised her hand. I can also prove it. Li Yunfei frowned and said, Han Fei, are you sure you are almost successful? Han Fei nodded. Just now, it was indeed an accident. I missed a step. If you don't believe me, I'll show you now. Immediately, a law enforcer wondered, Is it very important? Bei Hu looked at those law enforcers and nodded. Very important. It will bring a revolution to the Scattered Stars Island. The law enforcers looked at each other and seemed to communicate. Finally, one of them said, Han Fei, are you sure you won't make such a big noise again? Han Fei patted his chest and said, Of course not. I won't fall into the same trap twice. Immediately, the law enforcer communicated with Bei Hu and the others, and then said, Since it is so important and will benefit mankind, you can refine it here. If anything goes wrong, it will be convenient for us to take action. The people of the other 6 units were dumbfounded at this moment. Is it really as exaggerated as they said? Is it really going to benefit mankind? Han Fei stretched out his hand and rolled out a large pile of semi-divine weapon materials from the hole, which was piled up like a hill. Okay, Senior Su, have you prepared my 5-star refiner certificate? Su smiled. As long as I succeed, I will give it to you immediately. Han Fei chuckled. That's what you said. Wait for me for 12 hours. Suddenly, Han Fei's face tightened, and the materials floated in the air one by one and began to be smelted. Wow, he's refining so fast. Are all refiners refining like this? Being a refiner seems to be more profitable than being an alchemist. If he can refine ultra-quality spiritual weapons, wouldn't he be able to refine them in minutes? Su said leisurely, If this kid can concentrate on refining, his future achievements will be limitless. Bei Hu didn't speak. He thought to himself, Don't say that to me. I can't even beat Han Fei now. What can I do? 12 hours later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strange-looking object that looked like a giant bird's egg appeared in front of them. At this moment, it was covered by spiritual energy and burning. Han Fei took a breath, grabbed a few more ultra-quality materials, and said, Okay, I'm going to start. As soon as he said that, the group of people retreated hundreds of meters away. Only the law enforcers and Guan Qingyan were still there. After all, the fruits of their labor were also in it. How could they give up until they saw this thing being made with their own eyes? After a while, Han Fei began to shout in a low voice. The refining in the furnace began. The first 50 seconds were fine. The fusion began. The initial fusion was fine. The fusion was completed. The spiritual energy extraction was completed. The array imprinting was completed. There was no change. The second micro-refining begins. Mu Jia couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was where the furnace exploded just now. Han Fei continued. The spiritual energy compression was completed. The excess spiritual energy was successfully guided. The spiritual energy was sealed and ready to be refined. The moment the furnace was ready to be refined, Guan Qingyan, Mu Jia, Bai Hua, Yu Su, and Li Yunfei all held their breath. Success or failure depended on this. When the spiritual fire in the furnace gradually subsided and disappeared, everyone saw a long knife with a cold light quietly hanging in the furnace. Han Fei suddenly grinned. Success. Swish. Ah, Mu Jia, jumped up excitedly and hung behind Guan Qingyan. The latter didn't seem to notice it, and a smile finally appeared on his cold face. Success. With a swish, Li Yunfei grabbed the semi-divine long knife in his hand and took out a semi-divine weapon with the other hand. Clang, the airwaves shook, but the semi-divine long knife was undamaged. Li Yunfei murmured, "Really, it's done." Yu Su quickly grabbed the long knife, swallowed, and beamed with joy. "It's indeed a semi-divine weapon, ha ha ha." Yes, it's absolutely right." Beihua laughed. "Han Fei, thank you." With that, Beihua quickly stopped smiling and said, "Han Fei, do you want to try the other weapons?" Han Fei nodded. This crafting furnace was not as simple as refining a semi-divine long saber. The 5 major professions of human beings were hunters, soul warriors, armorists, spirit gatherers, and manipulators. They needed not only weapons, but also armor. For different professions, weapons were divided into sticks, daggers, knives, swords, and shields. As for longbows, spears, halberds, whips, and the like, there were relatively few people who used them, so they couldn't be completed in one refining furnace. However, if one refining furnace was completed, would the other refining furnaces still be a problem? Immediately, Han Fei tried them one by one. After a while, a semi-divine shield was formed. Mu Jia shouted, "Me too, me too!" Han Fei stretched his body and said, "You do it." Mu Jia, his refining speed wasn't that fast. However, this was not a problem. No one dared to make a sound now. They were witnessing a major event, which was much more important than the research of the Scattered Stars 6 units. At this moment, the entire Scattered Stars 7 units were watching. After a while, a pair of divine daggers was formed. Mu Jia raised the daggers happily. "It's done. The daggers are fine. There are still 2 left. Guan Qingyan, do you want to try them?" Guan Qingyan nodded heavily. After another moment, a long sword and a long stick appeared one after another. Guan Qingyan took a heavy breath and finally put on a smile. All 5 weapons have been successfully crafted. There is no danger of furnace explosion. We succeeded. At this moment, Guan Qingyan grinned. He looked up at the sky, very happy, and a huge sense of accomplishment came to his face. Although he was not the leader of this operation, he still couldn't resist the joy of success. The law enforcers also smiled. Immediately, except for one who stayed in place, the others left one after another. They seemed to have gone to spread the news. Beihua laughed. From now on, the era dominated by ultra-quality spiritual weapons is over. Immediately, except for the Scattered Stars 7 units, people from the other 6 units walked out one after another. Congratulations. Han Fei, not bad. The furnace explosion this time was worth it. The Scattered Stars for units are amazing. Yu Su smiled and said, Han Fei, your 5-star refiner certificate will arrive soon. Li Yunfei let out a long sigh of relief. The price of semi-divine weapons must be lowered immediately. Please wait a moment. Let me gather the refiners to discuss the price of semi-divine weapons. With that said, Li Yunfei looked at the 3 of them and said, "You 3 prepare to write a book. This book will be spread throughout the 1,000-star city.